Morning everybody, and welcome to live coverage of day 4 of the Rothesay County Championship match between Surrey and Sussex. It's been an undulating 3 days and Surrey are now in the ascendancy. The equation is pretty clear. Surrey need 6 wickets. Sussex need to bat the vast majority of the day. We'll be bringing you every single moment across this bank holiday Monday. Do join us and stay with us if you possibly can. But before we get to the live coverage, here are the extended highlights of yesterday's play. Balls faced across his career as well. So it's going to be Hudson Prentice to get going. And Pope is already into his work, punching down the ground beautifully. Pope 4 more, beautifully played, asking to be hit.
Oh,
Make that 3. Hasn't even moved from the crease, Ollie Pope.
well, is that the most delicious of the lot? Possibly the shape that he made, I think.
And that's going to take some stopping as well. He may just pull it in. In fact, no, runs away. So 16 from the first over from the Vauxhall end, all to Ollie Pope, all in boundaries. False shot, but 4. It's been the story for Sussex, really. Dominic Sibley playing with soft enough hands, and so there wouldn't have been a catchable chance through 4th slip, but... And there it is. Dom Sibley pick up 4 in classical Sibley-esque fashion. Indeed that. Short pulled in the gap 4. No dice banging it in on this one. And Ollie Pope is on to that in a flash. Robinson in again. Probably his last over. Nicked, gone. There you go. Finally for Ollie Robinson. He gets his man. He's bowled well this morning.
Package of his 100. That's a lovely shot from Lawrence. Flicked firmly off his pads to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. His first boundary for 39. Oh, wow. Dan Lawrence using his feet, giving himself some room.
If you're just bunted down the ground.
Goes down the ground this time. And 6 for Dom Sibley.
That catching fielder.
Lawrence down the ground, long on underneath it, taken. Carson strikes, he picks up his second. Another show of aggression from Dan Lawrence. This time it does not come off.
Punching this time, and that'll be 4. Tough to stomach for Clark, who's bowled tidily across this game into his 12th over.
Mid-off now floating, has gone back. Long on, incredibly wide. No one in a conventional position.
And here he's in the game. Got him. Brilliant by Sussex.
His professional career is underway.
Sibley goes high and long. Look at that. That's the way to do it. That is imperious. And it brings up his 150 as well. Touch of real class, old world class by Dom Sibley. Here it comes. Cameron, talk me through that.
It's a clean strike. It sounded brilliant. Crashed into the seats as well. Just getting up Dom Sibley's career stats. He's only hit 26 sixes.
Ooh, fully. Big, long, full toss. Out of character, but I tell you what, if ever you want one on debut.
Yeah.
4 more to the rookie. There to hit. Rode the bounce. Got enough of it to clear the cordon.
Home last year. That's a lovely shot from Thomas. That'll do him a world of good. Crocombe, the quickest of the Sussex.
Yep, that's fair.
Sibley uses his feet and he goes aerial, but it's a controlled shot above and past mid-off for 4 this morning session. Another nasty delivery, and that's hit Thomas hard actually on his side.
Sussex were
Oh, that's tickled nicely fine. And it's going to make it down to the boundary. Bit of finesse from the young man there. Straying onto the pads, but just turning the wrist, timing it perfectly.
Already pushing towards 2 results.
Now then, Sibley's gone again, and he's got enough of it. It's just crept over deep mid-wicket. It's a long boundary that side. Shot. Great use of the feet from Sibley.
Worth bearing in mind with Dom Sibley that he managed to muscle his way up to the top of the T20 order for Surrey.
Oh, he's got him. Runs straight past it. Sibley goes. Eventually, this mammoth innings comes to an end.
A stream of money from the 100 to facilitate that. Oh, shout. Got to be close, yep. Catches him in front, catches him on the crease. Looks an easy decision for umpire Lloyd. So Clark comes and goes for 5. Haynes would have been a conventional catch at first slip, but long since dispensed with. Subsidised and working at this stage. Driving down the ground, that's working too. Thomas looking very organised on debut, up to 49. Best shot yet. Half century for Adam Thomas. Returns for a couple. Teenager on debut here at the Oval. Making the most of his opportunity. That's a glorious straight drive from Thomas. Played one a couple of overs ago from the medium pace of Haynes. That was even better. New over to Abbott. Yeah, shot. Bisecting the 2 fielders. One at cover, one at mid-off. Not a lot of room to work with, but Abbott found it to 17. Not far away from the diving gully, but frustration for the visitors. Thomas to 65. It's just evaded Coles, who was going all the way with it, and it's ended up over the rope for 6. Haynes, my apologies. So expensive over.
Well, barring very dramatic events, that's been tickled fine, and it'll be 4 more. Off the bit of glove, maybe a bit of bat. Runs are coming, aren't they? Wow. That has sailed over long on. He has got a lot of that, Sean Abbott. Carson's been hit for a few 6s today. But
where could they be in 22 minutes? Reversing here. Well, that's going to run and run all the way to the rope, and it will give Sean Abbott the chance to raise the bat to the dressing room. Inclined to do that. Shot. Got a good look at that, Abbott. One man to beat Ollie Robinson, who's done a lot of work out there. Short again. Straight to the man at square leg. At least one. Wants to. Gets to. What a moment. Adam Thomas, 19 years of age. Hefty. Clunks that. Penultimate ball of the session goes the journey.
Coles
200.
is going to start up. The first ball of the session, sponsored by Stadium Support Services. Now then, he's got him. Thomas has got to go. A 9th wicket goes down. Looking to cut a ball from Coles. Misses it completely. Just clips the off bail.
Very few.
Oh, he's given him first up. Coles is on a hat-trick. Who knows? He may yet get a chance to complete that. Tom Clark struck on the pad. Loves this. Does Jamie Smith? It's given! First ball. Clark goes for a duck. Fisher swinging the ball back into the pads. And just as in the first innings, Sussex are 0 for 1 in double quick time. The new ball. Oh, I say, has he got an edge on that? He has. It's 0 for 2. Coles goes for a duck. Fisher's got 2 in the opening over. And Sussex are reeling. Extraordinary seeds at the Oval.
175.
Doesn't feel like enough, does it? It's a fine shot. Beautiful shot from leaning. He does just lean on that. Full face of the bat along the ground. That's nicely played. Worked off the hip. Out to deep backward square for 4. Beautifully timed. With the head lolling forward. Edged and it's going to bounce in front of Burns at slip and run away down to the boundary for 4. Didn't carry. Played it quite firmly. Lovely shot. Straight back past the bowler. As straight as you can get without thudding into the stumps at the non-striker's end. Oh, now then, that's really close and given. Leaning goes. Propping half forward. Clark, I think, thought he had him previous over. When he's got him now. Leaning's gone for 15. Sussex have lost the third.
Hey, Thomas. There were many people up there doing so. Nice shot that. Especially in the circumstances of the game. Bit of a counter-attack. Lovely. John Simpson's class play when he gets going. That's his first boundary. Of course, he was walking in on a pair. Nicked off for naught on day one, but to 5 here, that'll feel good. 44 for 3. Stand. It's a cloud that's in the way of it. Catches the call, but no leg slip. That's where Lawrence picked up a couple of wickets last week, round the corner in that trap, but Hughes gets a boundary instead. Terrific for the home side to go to sleep on. Past the edge. Has he found the edge? He has! Right on cue, Dan Lawrence. Gloved by Smith. Simpson. Perhaps the most important player in this Sussex lineup. Last ball of the day. Oh, not far away. Short leg diving away, Thomas, but there'll be some tidying up required in the deep. They'll return for a couple. So 7 runs from the final over of a very, very busy day here at the Kia Oval with Sussex.
So there you go. A fabulous day for Surrey in the end. They piled it on. A debut 100 for the boy wonder, 19 years young. Adam Thomas, what a moment for him and his family and friends, many of whom were in the ground yesterday to see a bit of history. The youngest Surrey County Championship centurion. What a moment. Now, 4 down with Tom Haynes having received a very nasty blow. First ball of Sussex's second innings yesterday. Was forced to retire hurt, but Paul Firebrace, in an interview after the game yesterday, Daniel Norcross said that he will be fit to bat. He's not.
He said he thought they would. They were going to assess, because in the immediate aftermath with the concussion, they thought he looked okay. He answered the questions. Apparently, he got a whole bunch of questions that you send in at the start of the season.
Indeed.
Be fascinated to know what yours are, by the way. Get in touch with us, surreybroadcast@gmail.com. Anyway, he answered those, but with concussion, he can get a bit of a delayed reaction, so they're waiting to see if there's any dizziness or headaches overnight. That would, I mean, either way, they'll be able to make a substitution if he's assessed as concussed.
Yeah.
And in that situation, do we get into this like-for-like nonsense? There was a fan came in today, was asking me about this, and I'm ashamed to say, I just said, well, surely he's an opening batter. They can put, anybody must be allowed to hold a bat, can't they? You know, if you've got somebody in the squad, you've got to be able to let anybody. Because that's essentially all that's left of the game, isn't it?
Well, indeed. And of course, we hope to see Tom Haynes feature at some point today. We'll be keeping a watching brief on that. The cold hard reality for Sussex is that they have to bat the vast majority of the day. They are 188 runs in arrears, with a rookie in Charlie Tier joining Daniel Hughes last night. Hughes, 37 unbeaten from the top of the order. So much hinges on him.
But we've seen it before.
We have.
We were here last year when Hampshire were 3 down overnight and only lost 2 wickets on the last day. Should really have pushed on for victory, but they didn't for reasons we won't relitigate. Situation might be a little different. It's a little cloudier.
It certainly is.
Bowlers might be a bit fresher as well, because Surrey had a long time with their feet up, didn't they?
It's going to be Jordan Clark then, first ball of each session. We bring you from Stadium Support Services, and it will be Clark who's been the star of the show for Surrey. Oh, it pulls away at just about the last second as well.
Oh, it's going to be one of those days, is it?
So,
Well, I looked behind the bowler's arm when he was doing that, and I honestly could see nothing. So, I don't know. He probably has got very good eyesight. He's an Aussie opener.
it was marginal, wasn't it? He was absolutely in his delivery stride. So, reboot, Clark, in.
So, yeah, I think we should put this out to tender. I think it should be our first bit of audience engagement of the day. I don't know how many questions they have. I'd say 5. So, what would be your concussion questions? I'm going to start with you, Phil Walker. I'm going to give you a little bit of time to think about them because I realise that this is an opportunity for you to express yourself in very typical fashion. I'm expecting something about Spurs, something about music, something about Essex.
Needs to be a definitive, clear, factual answer. So how about what's the meaning of life according to Douglas Adams?
You're 42.
Yeah. See, but that's a specific detail that you need to be able to recall, right?
True, yeah.
It's a number. It's
yeah, true.
It's a discernible fact,
It's
but it
not bad.
requires a certain kind of recall as well.
I just
of the
think I would
text.
know that even if I was, 10 pints in, swimming around in an ocean of confusion. I want something that would cut through my concussion. Or rather not, because the problem with that is that I don't think you get an accurate reflection of me there. I think you'd need me to try and find something a little bit more obscure. I was going to say for a minute, what did Tip Foster get on debut? But I think I know that as well as absolutely anything else in the world.
I think on your final breath will probably feature Tip Foster's
Yeah, I think it will.
287. Anyway, feel free to email us in, folks. SurreyBroadcast@gmail.com. It's a bank holiday Monday. It's overcast and we're going to do this together.
Who did you snog when you first heard Laura Branigan's Self-Control? I think that would be one of my questions.
Much hinges on Daniel Hughes today. He's already lost the other senior players in his middle order. John Simpson perished right at the death last night. Caught behind by Jamie Smith from a delivery from Dan Lawrence, which spat against the left-hander, and it was well taken on the rise by the stand-in keeper. Runs. First of the day.
I saw a bit of spitting yesterday, actually. I mean, this pitch is quite illegal in vast parts of India, in the degree to which it spat.
Well, there's certainly more going on this track than there has been through a tough April for all sides.
But is it new ball, though? Because, we saw the very first ball of the innings absolutely did more than spit, really. I'd say reared. I think do you think rear is a more alarming jump than a spit? I think it probably is.
Yeah, it was unplayable. It was a real brute, and certainly there's a bit more spin on offer here. It's a drier track than we've seen here through April. You can see it with the footmarks. And Daniel Lawrence will certainly have a role to play, you fancy, today. First one gone then. Jordan Clark already ramping it up. 5 for in the first innings, another one in the second. I fancy it'll be Matthew Fisher, who's really made the Vauxhall end his end. He has that natural angle away from the right-hander. And it will be Matthew Fisher. Go round the wicket to Dan Hughes.
What was the name of the man that you erroneously signed bills in the name of to get free beer at your university sports club? I think that would be another one of my questions.
He's changed his mind. He's going over. Be targeting those pads. That's his natural angle. 2 slips and a gully. And that is his natural arc into the left-hander, and it's tidily played by Daniel Hughes. And runs are relevant here for Sussex. They have
sort
to
of
chip away, don't they?
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're doing a kind of rear guard, and we did see, look, 32 over 78, they were very much in defensive mode yesterday. But as the ball gets a bit softer, I don't think it's unreasonable to expect a scoring rate of around 3.5. So 80 overs would get them another 270. That'd be a lead of 80 odd, with 13 overs left if you take the break between innings. So I think they need a little bit more than that, which basically means an hour after tea, which will feel like quite a long time at this time of day.
Bit of variable bounce on show yesterday, and you feel like it's only going to get trickier for the batters today. The odd one will keep low, scuttle along, and then when the seamers bend their backs as well, there'll be some splice bothering out there as well.
Splice bothering.
So who then? What was the name?
Chris Franklin.
Solid. Beautifully understated. I was expecting something extravagant and a Norcrossian, but no, that's good.
No, well, he was real.
I see. Did he take it in the spirit in which it was meant when he found out, or maybe he never
He
did?
never really found out who it was.
This is, here we go, Lev. Now this must be Lev Parakin.
Yeah.
Is that his name?
Parakian, yeah.
Parakian.
Great writer on
birds.
the natural world, but he's a big fan of birds.
And naturally then his question is, what is the largest bird in Britain? Yeah, brackets always on brand.
Was that the osprey or the great auk? Or is that disappeared, didn't it, the great auk? I say disappeared.
Full and slightly uppish. Pushing through the line. Skewed it back to the bowler, but on the bounce.
What is the largest bird in Britain? Yeah, this is a good call. You Google it, and then Lev will tell us no. They got it wrong.
Do you want to have a guess?
Well, I did guess at osprey, but
Yes, you did, yeah.
But that's wrong, isn't it?
Well,
It's not the great auk.
according to Mr. Google,
Yeah. A buzzard.
a guzzard. Runs,
God.
beautifully played. That will be 4. Held his shape very nicely there as Charlie Tier. Stood up straight, didn't fall over onto the offside and punched it tidily through straight mid-wicket. So useful opening boundary in the first over that Charlie Tier's faced this morning.
Well,
Had to hit.
Rory Burns won't be upset with that. It was a little full, but I think Fisher has prospered on a fuller length. And Farbrace actually talked about that quite a lot, didn't he, in that interview, about how he felt that his bowlers had really stuck at it. He couldn't fault the effort, but he felt they're just in a trifle short. And that is very full again. So what is this? What is this largest bird? Can you give us a clue?
Well, I'll just tell you. According to
yeah.
Mr. Google, the white-tailed eagle is the largest bird of
Is it?
prey in the UK.
A large bird of prey. What's the largest
Have
bird of
a-
loafing about?
Have an estimate on
Oh,
the
weight.
white-tailed eagle's wingspan.
Is that how we do it? It's wingspan, not weight or height. Right, wingspan. Could it be wider than my wingspan? That'd be a pretty big bird, wouldn't it?
Bigger than that.
Bigger than that?
2.2 to 2.5 metre wingspan, according to Google. And incidentally, the heaviest flying bird
Yes.
in the UK is the reintroduced great bustard.
Bustard, that's what I was
That's
thinking
what you were
of.
thinking of. Yeah, right. Jordan Clark.
Got to be careful when you say that.
Indeed. Now, back to Lev, our emailer.
So, Lev, do tell us.
Tell us
are
where
either of those
Google's got
right?
it wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Please.
how do you define largest bird?
Yeah.
Is it weight or wingspan?
Yeah. Or tallest as well.
Or tallest, exactly.
The common crane is the tallest, with a height of around 130 centimetres.
That's tall. I wouldn't want to come across that.
No.
I mean, I find birds quite sinister at the best of times. Well, not all. I quite like the little ones.
I bought a copy of one of Lev's books for my friend Hayden, who
Which
is...
one? I've got one which I've loved.
Oh, I can't remember what it was called now.
The one of the seasons, of the days, of the micro seasons and all that.
I mean, he must be loving this, Lev, if he's still listening. This is like a 2-minute long advert for his work. I can't remember what it was called, but I bought it for Hayden, my friend, because he's a keen bird watcher. and Spurs season ticket holder.
You have a bird on your crest, don't you?
Indeed. Flying high this morning. 82 for 4. Slightly odd shot. Stayed almost leg side of it, but that is the way that Dan Hughes likes to play. It's what's made him so effective in white ball cricket for Sussex. He's really been a revelation in white ball, and he's shaping up tidily enough here.
I saw quite a lot of him in the Big Bash.
Yeah, well, that's what got him over here, really.
Was it the Sixers he played for? I'm trying to think. It felt like a pink shirt, but I might be imagining that. I'm very bad at the individual franchises, but I remember the players.
Yeah, you're right, for the Sixers. Yeah, he had one particular year, didn't he, where he really nailed it. He's enjoyed himself in English cricket.
It was a very good interview, I thought, yesterday from Paul Farbrace. Wide-ranging, very honest, but at the same time, I think he's right to remind us that Sussex do have a small squad, and they're playing their 4th game in 5 weeks.
Yeah, and they've got another one next week as well.
Another one next week. They've had injuries. So he was pains to say, he didn't fault the effort. But he was a little critical of the lengths, but only, mildly. And he acknowledged that a couple of the wickets that fell were to very good balls. A couple of the batters might have thought, could we have left them? It was very balanced. And then I really loved when he was asked by Adrian Harms about Dominic Sibley, and then proffered his own view of Adam Thomas. He was very generous in his assessment of them both, I thought.
He's a journalist's dream, is Paul Farbrace.
He is, isn't he?
Yeah. Got him! Good snare, Rory Burns, sharp catch, full-blooded drive. And Rory Burns, even in these overcast, rather dank conditions, he's picked that up and taken it beautifully at first slip. 82 for 5. First blood this morning to Surrey, and it's the big one.
Well, Rory Burns had a mixed time in the slips off the quicker bowlers. Took an absolute wonder grab off Dan Lawrence last week, but that was a sharp, sharp catch because it went very quickly off the drive of Hughes, who threw his hands at it. It was a ball that could have been left. It's a classic dismissal. I don't think Paul Farbrace will like to see again, but it's a really sharp take from Rory Burns, and it's exactly what Surrey needed at the start of the day. 5 gone, and Sussex are not going to be easy to prize out. There's at 8, 9 and 10 is a man with a half century and 2 with hundreds coming in next, so getting rid of a bloke who could be very durable, could hang around for a long, long time, is a big fillip for Surrey as they seek their first win of the season. And interesting, Phil, it's not going to be Haynes, it's Finn Hudson-Prentice. So it looks like they are going to hold him back until they feel that, you get the feeling that if Sussex are anywhere there or thereabouts batting into the afternoon, we'll see him. If not, then...
Indeed. We speculated at the start of the day, Paul Farbrace saying that they will assess, I guess, not just him, but also the game situation. So 5 down, 82 on the board, still 182 just to make Surrey strap them on again. So a long haul here for the visitors. Really, really good catch.
Sorry, Lev's been back in touch and says about the great Orc. He said, disappeared is a nice euphemism for was clubbed into extinction. This is why you need to buy this man's books.
Yeah, Taking Flight was the name of the book that I remember now. Yeah. Anyway, Surrey are all over them here. Look at this now. So 2 men on the drive on the onside and 1 at short cover as well. Fisher into Charlie Tier. 13 not out. Sorry, Daniel. And these 2 as well. You feel like it's a crucial next 45 just to try and get up to that, negotiate the first hour, because otherwise they could fall over in a heap here if they're not careful.
This is kind of why I want to ask about Hudson-Prentice, because we saw the way he played in the first innings, and actually much of the time I've seen him bat has been nobly proactive at number 8, by which I mean aggressive. But will the words of Paul Farbrace be ringing in his ears? Because he really did emphasise how much he wanted them to continue to show guts and determination, and what that was a very, very obviously coded message, meaning don't give your wicket away. Now, if your way of playing that's been successful is to counter-attack, then what do you do? What do you do, Phil?
Well, I guess in the case of Hudson Prentice, his natural game is to counter-attack, obviously. But in these conditions, overhead, with a still relatively new ball and a very fresh attack, if he tries to replicate what he did in the first innings, then he's asking for trouble.
Yep.
He has to respect the situation here. It's 11:15 on the final morning. There's barely a breath of wind, but it's quite a heavy atmosphere out there. It's really perfect seam bowling conditions, and both have got their tails up here. So it's grit and determination, Daniel, first, and then the runs become more relevant later on in the day. Looked solid enough so far as Charlie Tier, given the nod this week due to an injury to Tom Price that he incurred last week. And so Charlie Tier called up from the Moody Blues, given the nod. This is what you've opened up then, Daniel.
It is, yeah.
Go on.
So Tim's question has come in on email. Is Schrödinger's cat dead or alive? Like it a lot.
Yeah.
Like it a lot. Very good. Keep them coming, kids. Apart from anything else, I like a quiz. I like to be educated. Of a morning, on a bank holiday morning. Nice smattering of a crowd. It's not, you wake up in the morning, you open the curtains, and it doesn't scream, get me down to the Oval. But if you're a Surrey fan, or even a cricket fan, there could be a fair bit of cricket left in this. And for Surrey, the chance, good chance of 16 points for a win.
$82 for 5. Just got through 4 overs this morning already. Surrey are on the board. Really good catch that by Rory Burns, because it was flying and it was almost past him as well. We'll see it again on replay a few times across the morning, but it's a really, really sharp snare. Punters are flowing in.
Yes.
Monday morning coffees. Yeah, it's good to see. And I tell you what, the faithful here in South London they've had to hold the joy a bit at certain points. This is the 3rd home game for Surrey, and it's been some hard yakka on the final days here as the pitch refuses to play ball. Well,
that
gone
was
up.
Very close.
Hugely confident appeal, but nothing doing. Graham Lloyd.
Is there a bit of bat on that, do you think? I wonder.
Well, they are certainly right in this scrap of Surrey. Look at that. That was in unison.
Well, this is what Farbrace was talking about yesterday, about bringing the stumps into play, trying to bring in extra dismissals like LBW. That's something that Jordan Clark has done. And, well, if he hasn't got an inside edge on that, and I think that must have been the assessment from the umpire, he is standing in fairness on around off stump.
That's all I was going to add, Daniel.
Just possibly outside the line, but
yeah, he does take an off stump guard, does Finn Hudson Prentice. Short one, the inevitable follow up and the full follow through as well.
Do you know who he was bowling that at? He wasn't bowling that at the batter.
Yeah, indeed.
He's going, baby Bumble, strap him on. I'm having a bowl at you.
So, yeah, let's just have another look at that LB shout. It was certainly certainly very, very tight. It's been bang on the money all morning. So let's have another look at this. Oh, it's a tight one.
I think there might have been a little feather on it, you know. There might have been.
Very
that feels like what might have saved him.
Yeah, very popular umpire and a very good one is Graham Lloyd. Son of course.
Oh. Lev's been back to clarify the bird question.
Sure.
See, this is why.
I knew he wasn't going to let this lie.
The problem is going to be, you see, though, that right, so he says, thanks for the shout out, the bird I had in mind is the mute swan. At 1.5 meters, it's definitely the longest, if not as heavy as the bustard. But you see, I've got a problem for you there. Because, I suppose if you give the answers as well, but, you know, if you're just doing that to a medic and you go, okay, so, Lev, you said your question was, what's the largest bird in Britain? And you go, it's mute swan, mate, mute swan. And they're sitting there with Google, they go, no, wrong. It's either the bustard or the white eagle or whatever, and then that's it. You're out of the game for a week. So I suppose you've got to give what your answers are at the same time, haven't you? And stick to them. Yeah.
Really good work at backward point. Surrey are absolutely on it this morning. The pressure is squeezed on these two already. Charlie Tier hanging in there on 13. Hudson Prentice survived a tight one. Here you go then. Mark, our producer's getting stuck in as well. What would your concussion test question be? surreybroadcast@gmail.com. It's become official now. It's on the screen.
Yeah. Well, we've had yours. I've given a couple. I didn't give the answer to the first one, but I might keep that to myself.
Yeah. So, just on the issue of umpiring decisions in county cricket these days.
Yes.
In the age of clips being put up across social media and what that follows, as we know, the discourse. I do hope that umpires at county level who are faced with a really tricky job at the best of times are not subliminally, at least, influenced in their decision making by the knowledge that it may yet appear on social media that evening. I've been thinking about this for a while, and it struck me again this morning as I was coming in and I saw the decision that Zach Crawley got in the second innings of the Kent game this week.
Was that the caught behind?
No,
or
it was a leg before.
Yeah.
And it was.
He's had a couple of.
And it was on the rise, and it was perhaps clipping top of leg. It was that kind of decision, if at all.
Yeah.
And, it was given. And the response online was inevitably negative.
Yes.
And reactionary in certain corners. And there was one or two prominent cricket accounts from prominent cricket people saying, well, there's no accountability, it's an easy life, and all of that.
Well, I mean, for a start, can I come back on that? Because there is accountability.
Well, of course there is.
Because the umpires, I spent a very enjoyable couple of hours with Jack Shantry at the end of the last game, and he showed me that all of his decisions are assessed. The LBWs especially, they don't have ultra edge, but they have something called iHawk. So he pores over the decisions that he's made, whether he's given them not out or out. They have assessors. They're assessing all sorts of things, not just decisions, by the way. They're assessing how they manage the match itself, which is a really important and unsung part of the job. And bear in mind that these guys, this is their living, this is their job. What Jack would want to be is an international umpire eventually, and he's not going to get there if he doesn't get well assessed by his home board, and they have people scrutinising their every movement. Their impartiality is absolutely not a question. The difficulty of the job, I think we should all agree, is enormous.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And nicely played.
Yeah, it is actually, and he's got stuck in well this morning as Charlie T. Just pick up a couple, maybe come back for 3. Yep.
What I would like to add to that is that I think it's harder for umpires without DRS, because actually when an umpire makes a mistake and it's overturned on DRS, no one remembers really the mistake.
Right.
Because the mistake is rectified.
Indeed.
Whereas for these guys, they're going to make those mistakes because
they don't have the fail-safe.
They don't.
Exactly.
And also just because they're human and nobody gets 100% of their decisions right.
Yeah.
And so the problem is that here we scrutinise that, but there's no way of correcting it. And they would want a bad decision to be, I say bad, but a wrong decision to be rectified.
Yeah. So I just think generally within our culture, within our cricket culture, there needs to be a lot more understanding and clemency towards umpires, and a lot more forgiveness if a decision is marginal but it's given in good faith, as they are always. Then even if that appears on some social media site and the inevitable results of that under the line, well, I just think a lot more understanding needs to be offered to umpires.
Absolutely.
And a lot more allowance
for
the odd human mistake.
It's very rare that people are absolutely plumb LBW for a very good reason, that batters are rather good.
Yeah.
So, and also bowlers, knowing that, are aiming for the top of off.
Indeed.
Or the top of leg. You're seldom going to get somebody out LBW when the ball's hitting the middle of middle, unless, they might be sweeping, playing across the line, that sort of thing. But as a general rule, batters will try and get outside the line. Bowlers will be aware of that. They've got a smaller target to aim at. So given that, actually identifying when they hit the stumps or going to hit the stumps, when actually what the bowler's really aiming at is a few inches at the top and around the sides, it's not easy.
Yeah, and I'm not suggesting at all that umpires deliberately keep their finger in their pocket, but I fear that perhaps subliminally...
Is it easier to give a not out, you think?
It's easier to give a not out in the current climate.
Oh, I see what you mean, yes. Oh, that's cruel. Ben's been in touch. His question, please provide the first 10 digits of pi. If unable to answer, you can safely assume it's a minor traumatic brain injury and a concussion specialist should be on the scene swiftly.
Yeah, all right, Ben. Pipe down.
Just 10?
Beautifully done, sir.
So I have a feeling that today is not going to be swift. And one of the reasons for coming here today is that you've talked about how last days have petered out. They've kind of petered out by about an hour into the day, haven't they? Well, this isn't going to happen today. If Sussex are still going halfway between lunch and tea. If they're still going at tea, even if they haven't lost a wicket from now, a new ball will have just been taken. They won't have got that far ahead. The game's going to be alive. Or it'll be dead because they've been bowled out.
He's bowling with some real heat this morning, Jordan Clark. He's been on it. It feels like one of those pivotal games, really, like a hinge point, really, in Surrey's season. And right from the first morning, he's been, the central character, really. Surrey in the field. He's been superb. Picked up 7 for across the match.
That's still not enough for his son.
No, he wants 16. 16 an innings.
Yeah, which I thought was quite a tough ask.
False shot, but at least Charlie Tier isn't going to die wondering here. Prepared to at least essay the shot. 2 men out for the cross bat hoik. Come pull. He's shaped up okay. as the rookie here this morning. It's not going to get much tougher county cricket conditions for Charlie Tier than what he's facing right here and now.
That's what Farbrae said, isn't it?
Mike emails in. My parents went to see Hitchcock's The Birds at the Drake Cinema in Plymouth in 1963. During the scene when the birds flew down the chimney and attacked Pippi Hedren and Rod Taylor, someone dropped a live chicken into the stalls from the dress circle. Super.
So the question is, what was dropped
Yeah.
from the stalls into the stalls from the dress circle when your parents went to see the birds in 1963?
So that's
and
my question.
do you have to also mention that Pippi Hedren and Rod Taylor were in it? I think so.
Yeah, I'd say so.
The whole kit and caboodle. I think you've got to go, mate.
Yeah, Yas Rana is on my shoulder, lurking in silence. All right, I'm done. Thank you, Daniel. Been good fun.
I don't know if Yas is aware of this. He is aware of this. I think he might have his own question. I think he hasn't got his question yet. You're not going to make a professional cricketer if you can't come up with a concussion question. There's supposed to be 5 of them, I reckon. Morning, Yas.
Morning, Dan. Sorry, we've been good this morning. Fisher and Clark bowling with real intensity. Sussex have only added 9 runs to their overnight score. 1 wicket already, that of the Aussie overseas Dan Hughes.
Well, this is one of those situations where your tail is going to be up, isn't it? It's been a hard slog, as Phil Walker was saying, on some very unresponsive pitches, both at Birmingham and here.
Played into the onside, into a vast gap. We'll pick up 3.
Ooh.
Very close. That would have been very, very close.
Direct hit from 70 yards is a bit of an ask, or 60 yards, but had it been, I think Hudson Prentice might have been short of his ground there.
Yeah.
I'd like to see that again. It's got him off the mark, that 3.
We've seen a couple of run-outs in the county championship recently with players coming back for either a second or a third. We very, very nearly had another one. Yeah,
Yeah,
long
it
gone.
would have been. Ow.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of players hit this week. And Tier, yeah, that would have really hurt.
Well, I think he's indicating where he's been hit. And that's not been an uncommon sight over the last few days. Director's very keen to show us this again. Time to wince. He's got a bit of inside edge down onto it. Those can be among the worst.
Bit of extra power.
Yes. Yes. Yep.
Dom Sibley.
Nobody comes to your aid in that one. I mean, what was good to see yesterday was when Matt Fisher bowled the first ball and it clattered into Haynes's grill. And he was very, very quick to check that he was all right. He ran straight through the crease. He ran to the batter to make sure he was all right. When someone's hit there, the fielders all stay at a respectful distance and try to contain their mirth.
Takes on the short ball and does so very well. Pulled in front of square for 4. Shot of with real authority from Tier.
Well, there's not been a lot of joy for the short ball, and especially the short ball when the ball is 39 overs older. So that one did get up a bit. Got up around about chest height, but high chest height, almost shoulder. So he did well to control it. You still not got a question?
End the over, 7 runs from it. What are the stipulations?
Well, this arose because Haynes was well, Farbrace was describing the concussion protocol, and wasn't exactly news to me, but he framed it so that I had a better idea. That basically there are a series of questions that you put in at the start of the season, and then you have to answer them. So it's not just, who's the Prime Minister, because there are many cricketers who are not remotely interested in politics. So you find out what people do know something about, and it could be, what's your golf handicap, I suppose, or what's your favourite golf course. I hate this. Why have I said golf twice? I think because I'm talking about cricketers. That's as our producer says, about what's your pin? He actually said pin number, but I'm just humiliating them because that's obviously the N is a number. That's what N stands for. So it's what's your pin? You'd say it's
your pie
basically.
number.
I tell you what, my question would be, what's your pin number? And my response is, it's not pin number, it's pin.
I think my questions this won't surprise you, be quite cricket heavy. So,
Yeah.
how many test runs did Javed, me and Dad score?
Ooh. I'm going to take a stab. 8,600, 700, 800, 803.
32.
You would have 3 in there somewhere. 8,832. That's a good one. I like that.
I think I remember that because Inzamam should have overtaken his tally in his final test. Didn't quite do it.
Oh, on that basis, I might go for how many hundreds did Jack Hobbs really score before they reassessed it? Because even he thought that the reassessment was wrong.
So, what was the reassessment? What did it move
199.
from 197?
Correct.
And
Yeah,
what did Hobbs think it should have been?
197.
So what
I
were the
think
extra two?
I think they were in what was then known as Ceylon on his way to Australia, and he didn't believe the games were first class. I think that one's right.
Reading Tim Wigmore's book on the history of Test cricket last year, I found it quite interesting how, at the time, at the very start of Test cricket, people wouldn't have known they were playing in Tests necessarily.
That's right, yeah.
Because they were
Yeah.
retrospectively given Test status. And there wasn't exactly an exact science to it.
Well, I'm reading Alan Gibson's book on England cricket captains up to Brearley, which Vic Marks has subsequently updated to take us up through to Stokes. And that point is made quite forcefully that really no idea. Sometimes the South African tests, some of those early South African tests, that should still probably not be counted as test matches, but are. I mean, there's a guy who I think died before he found out that he'd captained England. Yes, he did. I remember now.
Oh, that's
Shot.
a lovely shot from Tier. Back of a length, they just punched forcefully through the offside for another boundary.
Yeah, a fellow in his 20s, went to live in South Africa eventually. It was a bit of a chance, or it all went horribly wrong for him. And he died in a mud hut and had his body protected from lions. But he captained England, I believe, and had no idea that he had.
Well, I've got another concussion question for me.
Yeah.
What are the 3 neutral Test matches to be held at Lords?
England, South Africa. Australia, South Africa, 1912. Australia, Pakistan, 2010. Rest of the world v MCC. Are you not counting that as neutral?
You are overthinking this.
I'm overthinking. Were there 2 test matches in 1912 in the triangular tournament?
There's one in 2025. Australia,
Oh,
South Africa.
crumbs. Yeah. World Test Championship. Yeah.
Oh, very nearly. Chops on.
Really got through
Late,
that.
very, very late. End of another over at Sussex, 99 for 5. I love that you started with 1912 there.
It was a notoriously wet summer. It was the first effort to the World Cup, wasn't it? Triangular. I really enjoyed those. I was going to say, no, not the 1912 test. I really enjoyed the 2010 games, Australia-Pakistan. I do sometimes wonder if there's a possibility for there to be a bit more of that sort of thing. Anyway, I'm getting it out of the way. Cameron Ponsonby's in.
Change in the commentary box. Also a change in the Surrey bowling attack. A change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions. A game changer for businesses. Receive renewable electricity from our wind farms and hydro plants. Sean Abbott into the attack for the first time this morning. Bit of a loosener. Gets away with it. Hudson Prentice cutting the ball straight to Ryan Patel at cover. Morning, Cam.
Morning. Overcast here at the Oval.
Yeah, Dan was making the point that, generally speaking, Surrey have played on pitches where it's been hard to take 20 wickets this season. But it's not just the pitches, it's the overhead. If you think about the days of cricket we've had here, the weather's just been really nice. It's been sunny, more or less. It's been warm too. It's one of the first times I can remember a morning starting when it's been relatively chilly but also totally overcast.
I can't remember his name, but there's a person out there.
Where is this going?
Who did whether it was a PhD or something or other into swing bowling. And they investigated and researched into the effect that overheads had on swing. And one of his conclusions was along the lines of the placebo effect of swing and of overheads. So he was explaining it's almost a self-fulfilling prophecy that if it's overcast conditions, we all think the ball's going to swing. Now there's no apparent reason why it should swing more, but we give it a chance to swing more. And because we give it more of a chance, we get more swing. Whereas on the flip side, when it's cracking flags and 31 degrees, we go, there's no point trying to swing the ball, and so we stop trying. You see there the helicopter flying overhead, keeping track of overhead conditions.
Defended into the ground, past Ollie Poper's second slip. Just be 2. I wonder though that even if that is what the science says, there's something in just bowlers thriving in slightly cooler, less grueling conditions.
I think that, again, makes sense. 100 up for Sussex. 5 wickets down, though, is the problem. If I recall, it was Jared Kimber, the journalist who was interviewing this man whose name I can't remember, and he'd also done research into kind of how you should look after the ball to make sure you swing it as much as possible. And the conclusion there was we always think about, at the early stages, trying to get one shiny side and there's going to be one rough side. He's like, no, just keep shining both sides. Keep going.
Oh, Peel for LBW. Hudson Prentice was reasonably far across his stumps, given leg by, so there was no bat on it.
I think Hudson Prentice can count himself fairly lucky here.
We've seen a few LBW appeals this week from similar deliveries and similar shots to this. So he starts on off stump, and that hits him on middle and leg. And he's very, very close. Very, very close.
It's kind of the risk-reward that batters take with that technique. Hudson Prentice is setting up on-off stump and triggering across further. We saw Dan Lawrence do that a lot in his innings as well. And the advantage is you get more on your pads. The disadvantage can be, on other occasions, if you miss that, it can be given. Maybe it might be sliding. This is the whole benefit of the doubt.
Dan Lawrence on for the first time today. Change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions, providing the energy needed today while building a better world of energy for tomorrow. Lawrence, really impressive yesterday evening. Got the hugely important wicket of John Simpson. 3.5 overs before the close. Simpson was digging in. Such a key wicket. A wicket that would have buoyed Surrey late in the day. He's going to start with a slip and a short leg. Got a stat around Matt Fisher, by the way.
Please enlighten
It's
me.
always great when you have a hunch and it turns out the numbers back you up. So, his average speed across a match for Surrey, this is the second highest that he's had since joining here from Yorkshire. Uses his feet, drilled hard past a diving Lawrence. It was in the air, but hit so hard that was no real chance for the Surrey offie. But early sign of aggression from Hudson Prentice.
This is how he batted in the first innings as well. Remember Hudson Prentice, he was struck by a ball. They'd looked to leave. And they'd see him in and caught him in the midriff. Naturally attacking player. He's not going to sit around and wait for anyone to bowl him, especially not an off spinner.
So on Fisher, only the Warwickshire game last September has he had a higher average speed across a game. But that was his first game in a month, whereas this he's obviously played back-to-back this season. So a really good sign for Fisher. Obviously started with that hugely eventful first over of the second innings yesterday. Really stepped up to the plate in the absence of Dan Worrell, Surrey's usual attack leader. Him and Clark have done a really good job so far in the Sussex second innings. Interesting to see how Hudson Prentice plays this. Early signs of aggression towards Lawrence. He played a really game-changing counter-attacking innings in the first innings. It was the guys immediately beneath him in the order who got the hundreds, but it was Hudson Prentice's 50 that changed the momentum of the game. Half stop by cover. It will be a single. To end the over, 5 runs from it. Sussex 107 for 5, trailing Surrey by 157.
Looking forward to Dan Lawrence's next over. We can have a little look at the field. Because in theory, all the fielders are in the same position that Jack Carson was bowling to. But everyone is in a slightly different variation of the two. Dan Lawrence bowling to a far more conventional field. That man is Sam Keir on your screens there. Often known as the voice of God here. His voice will be booming out over the PA. Enjoying his bank holiday off. Of course, and rightly he should.
That's a lovely shot again from Hudson Prentice. Races away to the backward point boundary. Runs starting to flow now for the visitors.
They're a very long way behind Sussex. But shots like this will help them creep back up towards parity. And because of the first innings, all logic has to be suspended. Still got the 2 Centurions ready and waiting to come in. It's like Nicol Grantler on doing some substitute fielding duties. Very elegant player.
given. Abbott strikes. Very close LBW shout against Hudson Prentice in his previous over. This time, nicks him off for 15. Surrey have their 6th. They are 4 wickets away from their first victory of the 2026 season.
You can see the passion coming out in Surrey's celebrations, and for Abbott in particular. He's had a difficult start to the year. The wickets haven't been flowing for him, nor any of Surrey's bowlers, really. Now they're inching ever closer to a first win of the season and a first win at the Oval in the best part of a year.
Yeah, the Surrey seamers have been so impressive this morning. More reminiscent of their work when they won those 3 titles back-to-back, where the seamers would back each other up. Clark and Fisher were right on the money first up this morning, and Abbott started really well. As I said, very, very close LBW shout in the previous over. Strikes just a handful of deliveries later. He's backed up the work of his mates at the other end. And as Cam says, you haven't seen the 2 Centurions yet. Here's the first of them. Jack Carson strides out at number 9. A reminder that Tom Haines was retired hurt after 1 ball in the Sussex innings. Sussex head coach Paul Farbrace yesterday saying they'll make a decision on whether Haines will bat today. I suppose if we haven't seen him yet, you'd say it's more likely that there'll be a substitute than not.
You'd assume you'd want to make your change for a batter and give them the most opportunity to face as many balls and as batters high up the order as possible. I'm just going to go and have a little look at Sussex's matchday squad for this fixture. Because of course something that is relevant is they're away from home, so they'll have fewer players nearby. Nelson on the board here at Surrey, and it struck. It was good enough for Finn Hudson Prentice. Jack Carson, who's had a very fine game over the past 3.5 days, despite being currently quite comfortably on the losing side. He's had a standout individual performance.
Very, very different conditions for Carson here. Not necessarily the match scenario, 111 for 6, not that different to when he came in the first innings at 92 for 7, but more in terms of how gloomy it is. It's overcast, a bit chilly. The punters in today wearing more layers than they have been so far this season, you'd say. Oh, that's a nasty short delivery from Abbott. Carson does well not to glove that one through to Smith behind the stumps. High class start to a spell this from Abbott. Showing real life left in this pitch on the 4th day. Good pace and carry through to Smith behind the stumps. End of a productive over for Surrey. Sussex now 6 down. Looks like Lawrence will continue from the pavilion end.
So Sussex have also in their squad for this match Danny Lamb, who's an all-rounder. Average of 28 across his first-class career. And Daniel Ibrahim, who's a young batter. He does also bowl some seamers. Now, Ibrahim is now captaining the second 11 today, so Sussex would have had a choice to make. What do they feel is the best use of everyone's time, effectively? Is Haines going to be able to bat, in which case you don't want to prevent Ibrahim from going off to bat in the second 11?
Let's do a bit of detective work. So does that second 11 game started today?
We're already underway.
So is Ollie Carter playing?
He is indeed.
Interesting. Because he's someone who's opened the batting a little bit for Sussex, in pre-season at least. I wonder if he would be the closest thing to a like-for-like replacement in their wider squad.
There's also George Thomas, who's playing in that second 11 game.
Where is that game being played?
That game is being played at Horsham. It's not too far away.
Tears played nicely this morning. Coming in on a pair. Some really nice shots. Pull shot. Front of square for 4. Really nice punch through the offside too. Using his feet there to get off strike. Off spinner to off spinner. Lawrence to Carson.
It's been one of the unexpected consequences of the injury trial that's taking place this season. I tell you what, Jack Carson's jumper has been at the bottom of his bag because I recognise a scrumpled, dirty jumper when I see one, and he's wearing it.
And he's off the mark.
Is that when bowlers in particular, it basically impacts seam bowlers the most. Having the certainty of whether you are playing or not playing gives you a structure in which to manage your workload effectively. How many overs am I bowling today? How many overs am I bowling tomorrow? When you're then on call, as it were, to potentially bowl in a match, that can throw you entirely out of kilter. And teams are trying to work out as they go how to manage those workload issues. 44 gone, 114 for 6. And also whether they're going to take another player. If you're playing, say, Sussex versus Durham, I know that's a Div 1 v Div 2, but I just picked two counties that are far apart. Do you take another person with you for the ride? Do you buy another hotel room? Do you spend that cash to have someone on hand who can then come into the 11 if there is an injury? Or do you go, you know what, over the course of the year, that's 7 extra hotel rooms across 4 days. It's a month's expense. We need to save the money. We'd rather take the risk and leave someone at home.
Abbott to continue from the Vauxhall end to Tier on 26. Been right on the money this morning, the Surrey seam attack. Given very little away. They've bowled probing areas and bowled with real intensity. Speeds have been up. Slightly older ball now. It's 44.1 overs old. Sussex have got an awful lot of batting to do to save the game from here. Left alone.
Charlie Tier has the all-time highest second 11 score for Sussex. 317 not out. He's had quite an interesting career despite his, I was about to say relative youth, not relative at all. 21 years old. He's played for Scotland, made his first class debut 4 years ago now. His first match in 3 years.
Yeah, for a young player, he's been impressive against the short stuff that Surrey have thrown his way. Surrey's short deliveries this morning have caused rather a fair bit of discomfort for the Sussex players. But Tier's been able to pull one well in front of square on the leg side, punch another through backward point. Tidily taken down the leg side by Jamie Smith. Maiden over ticks by Sussex 114 for 6. Time for a bit of Phil Walker.
Well, the first hour of day 4 is over. We're into the second hour of the morning, which often sees a flurry of wickets fall.
Afternoon, Cameron. Afternoon, everybody. Yeah, Surrey's morning, Surrey's match. It would take one hell of a rear guard here for Sussex to get anything out of it beyond those 4 bonus points that they've picked up. But while there's life, there's hope, and it's a proper lower order, as we saw in the first dig. Daniel Norcross does such a good job for Surrey here, doesn't he? Didn't go for many in the first innings either. He doesn't bowl many hit-me balls. Not a big spinner of the ball necessarily, but he does a very good, useful containing job and enables Rory Burns just to rotate the seamers at will, really. Haven't yet seen Reece Topley. He's played with real guts this morning. It's Charlie Tier. Just getting going in his first-class career. Probably didn't expect this call-up this time last week. But it's a good squad, but it's lacking a little depth at the moment. And a couple of injuries to their seam attack. Does stretch this squad quite thinly now, but Charlie Tier's coming in and making a play here. He looked very solid. Deficit still 149 runs. It seems like a long way off at this stage. If these two can just get to lunch, chipping away, and you have to still be proactive, then it could yet come into play in the afternoon. Still quite murky out there, not a breath of wind. Quite still conditions, but quite heavy as well. And so ideal conditions for bowling, as we've seen all morning. Surrey picked up a couple. Sussex began 4 down already. That was a very good catch. It not done justice really on slow-mo. It looks quite easy there, but it flew off a full-blooded drive from Dan Hughes. And Rory Burns taking it almost behind him. Didn't get a clear view either, with Jamie Smith in front of him. A really excellent catch. Bit of bounce, as we've seen from this end in particular. The the Vauxhall end, the seamers have tended to get the odd one just to leap off a length there and hit the bottom glove. Here's the second wicket that fell as well. Hudson Prentice, thin edge through to Jamie Smith, who's kept tidily throughout the game. Picked up a good one last night to get rid of John Simpson off the off breaks of Daniel Lawrence. Yeah, they've looked like the Surrey of old today. Been insistent. Almost bullied Sussex into submission here. 6 down, 116. Really impressive.
I find it interesting that history will likely show, if this match goes to the expected conclusion at this stage, that'll be a very convincing victory, if not thrashing, from Surrey. An innings and however many runs. I just don't think that's going to correlate with my own memories of the game. I think Dom Sibley batted extraordinarily well and navigated 2 new ball periods, which has been such a defining performance in the context of the match. I feel like I've often seen Sussex bowling well and combated well by Surrey. I saw 2 Sussex players bat extraordinarily well on day 1, and the end result looks like it's going to be a big W next to Surrey.
Effort ball. Not much purchase in banging it in, but keeps batsmen honest, and Sean Abbott's been accurate throughout this game. Mixed it up. Tended to bowl that full length natural in-swing in duck against the right-hander. Yeah, they've just all looked on it throughout the game. In the final analysis, as Cameron alludes to, Sussex got up to 358, but it was a bizarrely uneven innings. And ultimately, it looks insufficient, despite the stirring fight back that the lower order of Sussex staged. That first session in the end, 94 for 7, they went to lunch at on that first morning. Barring something spectacular and remarkable from here on in, that will be what will really hurt them in the final analysis here. Ollie Pope's now gone in a, if you like, a kind of backward leg gully. So the short ball is going to be offered up here, and Carson will take it off the hip for a useful boundary. Runs far from irrelevant here, but this is going to be the ploy perhaps then for the next couple of overs from the pavilion end. The Vauxhall end correction with Sean Abbott to a 5-4 leg side field. We'll see if he persists with that. Another one ticks by, 119 for 6 then, and Dan Lawrence will continue doing his cagey containing job. Across the course of the afternoon, we'll be bringing you updates as well from around the grounds, and the big one at Taunton. Early front runners, Somerset, 2 down early on in their chase of 2. Well, they need another 2-4-2 against Yorkshire, and they've already lost a couple up top. Still need 2-4-2. James Rue has just joined first innings Centurion Josh Thomas. Archie Vaughan and Tom Lammerby both gone to George Hill. So Yorkshire right in the game there. They've been behind throughout that cricket match, but could be a key day in the context of the championship. Lawrence again giving it some air. Doesn't bowl many bad balls, does he, Dan Lawrence?
He's bowled it, I think, exceptionally well throughout the season. He's become such a reliable figure in this Surrey 11. It almost feels misplaced when we refer to Surrey being without a specialist spinner, because Lawrence effectively, if not playing the role as a strike bowler, is very much an integral part of Surrey's bowling attack in this current balance of side.
Yeah, and part of the reason is the economy rate. So he went at 1.75 in the first innings, bowled 12 overs for just 21. So effectively you can sew up an end and control, and attrition is the name of the game in 4-day cricket. And he offers you that kind of that substance, that sturdiness, going at 2.62 in this innings, having picked up the key wicket of John Simpson late last night.
I think that's something he's added to his game. I used to almost think of Dan Lawrence as an off-spinning leg spinner, where he bowled these beautiful, big, loopy balls that had lots of action and bounce and turn on them, but could leak runs. His first-class economy rate's 3.5. And if he's polite, his stats will back me up. Over the last couple of years, he's become more frugal.
And again, hard to get to because he bowls quite sharp as well. Cut his teeth as a white ball bowler at Essex. He'd sometimes bowl in the power play at Essex in T20. And has become a very, very useful all-format containing off-break bowler. With the knack as well, does pick them up. Be interesting to see how he goes in late summer when, of course, Rahul Chahar comes over, the brilliant Indian leggy, for the second batch of 8 games for Surrey. And Lawrence will be in the leg spinner's slipstream, you fancy, but with pitches that are a bit more conducive, and he may yet have a say from an attacking sense as well. He slipped in now at straightish mid-wicket, very close, encouraging Abbott. Got a scamper, but Charlie Tier makes his ground okay. Yeah, that fieldsman Lawrence at straightish short mid-wicket will encourage Abbott just to home in on the front pad. Quick email from Jonathan. Dear Surrey Broadcast, I passionately support Surrey, having been born in Cheam. I live in Nottingham now, so regretfully can't get to the Kia Oval and may go to see Surrey's match at Trent Bridge on Friday. Yeah, that'll be a big one. Definitely get along to that one, Jonathan. There you go. Right on off stump again. Thank you as well, says Jonathan, for your wonderful commentaries. Thanks, mate. On the live stream, which I thoroughly enjoy listening to and watching. More of those kinds of emails, please. Just keep them flooding in. Cameron needs them.
I always need them. Sorry, women up at Trent Bridge at the moment, as we speak. Struggling a little, however. They're 102 for 6 versus the Blaze. Eilish Cranstone making her debut for the women's team after a long association with South East Stars, but been injured for years. So it's really, really good to see her back in the mixer and back out on the pitch. So 45 minutes left of this session.
Showcases defensive orthodoxy today as Charlie Tier in just his 4th first-class game. Next up then, showcasing the women's fixtures on the way. It's going to be a very busy and action-packed May. 12th of May, Essex. 16th of May, Lancashire Cricket are going to be here. And then into the blast with a couple of double headers in the back end of May. You know the drill, KiaOval.com. You can get hold of your tickets. We brought it up earlier in the piece as well for that London derby. Surrey Middlesex men's. Already 90% of those tickets had been sold, and that was back on Friday. So if you want to get along to one of the men's games and you fancy a derby, then I'd get cracking fast if I were you. They're flying out the doors. Well played. Tidily done by Jack Carson. Couldn't be more impressed with how he's gone about his cricket in this game. with bat primarily, but I thought he bowled very well to pick up 4 for as well in tricky conditions, faced with a relatively unresponsive track. I thought he bowled very well with great control against Surrey's garlanded middle order, and they need another rear guard from him here.
Now he's going to have a bizarre bus journey home, is Jack Carson, because, well, again, if Sussex do end up falling to a heavy defeat, he'll be on the bus going, oh, I played all right, actually. Adam Thomas busy in that short leg.
Yeah, and just from Paul Farbrace's point of view, he gave, as we've mentioned, a really interesting interview last night, and he just asked for a bit of adhesiveness, a bit of cussedness. The implication was that even if they do go down finally on day 4 here, don't go down with a whimper. And these two are carrying that out up to now. 71 deliveries Charlie Tier has negotiated, and he's up to now barely played a shot. Everything along the floor, no risk. Solidly, quietly in behind it, time after time.
I'll be interested to see what guard Charlie Tier is taking here, because the custom is to bat on off stump against off spin for right-handers, but he's setting up even further outside. His toe is, well, further off than off stump. He looks to be getting his pads out in front of the line, or outside the line of off stump, and reduce the chance of being LBW.
Yeah, he's conducted himself well in his second innings. Didn't trouble the scorers in the first. Cleaned up by Matt Fisher for a blob. But again, if he can just scrap through to lunch, be one hell of an achievement for a kid just getting going. Ollie Pope doing good work at mid-wicket to keep Charlie Tier on 27. Another one rolls past then, 121 for 6. 50 overs now bowled. Surrey are getting through these overs quickly as well. Still 77 to bowl in the day, and only 30 until that new ball. May not need it, of course. SSE Energy Solutions are backing us throughout this game. Change of bowler powered by SSE. Climate change will not wait. It's time to hit the ground running with sustainable energy solutions. Reece Topley, just the 1 over in the second innings last night. We did wonder if he was perhaps carrying a bit of a niggle. We hadn't seen him yet, but Rory Burns holding him back for the here and now. With Lawrence doing a tidy job from the pavilion end, he can just rotate, move his seamers around. It's a good position to be in.
Must be a nice spell for Topley to be able to get into. He's been expensive in his game and a half back with the Red Bull, which I guess is to be expected. So much of the Red Bull game just relies on relentless accuracy. He's been used to bowling 4 overs at a time over the last couple of years. And here he has a go at Sussex's lower order with runs to play with.
So, fairly conventional field, just the one slip. A couple of boundary riders on the offside as well as the leg. So, a bit of coverage for Reece Topley as he gets into his work. I think he'll enjoy bowling to these two right-handers. It's his natural angle. Decent start.
Still no sign of Tom Haynes, of course. I'm intrigued to see how that's going to play out with Sussex. He took a very severe blow to the head yesterday, so you'd be surprised. Although Paul Farbrace has said he's not been concussed, be surprised to see him come out and bat. But the flip side is, we need to double check if concussion substitutes fall under this stipulation as well. The need for a like-for-like replacement. And we've seen that those decisions getting very particular over the last couple of weeks. And so if Sussex do not have a like-for-like replacement on the ground in terms of an opening batter, will there be the replacement? And if there isn't a replacement, does that mean that Sussex might take a decision to leave Tom Haynes in when they otherwise wouldn't really want to?
Yeah, it's a messy situation. One thing you would say is that if you are the star player and an opening bat, then a replacement is almost by definition going to be a slight reduction in quality. So I'm not sure you can have any issue with a replacement coming in. It doesn't benefit the team to have a lesser player replacing your star opening bat. We'll pick up at least one, and does come back for a couple. Clossed into the onside, but Jordan Clark is unable to prevent the two. All useful runs. But I would be surprised if Surrey win this game, only taking 9 wickets. We shall see. Cameron nips out. And for the first time today, joined by the great Alistair Brown. Morning, Squire.
Good morning, Phil.
How you doing?
Well, I'm very good considering. I think difficult night last night, but a few wickets for Surrey this morning, and it's really perked me up.
I take it you're not talking about the World Snooker Final, are you?
No. I've just saved a Christmas card from Emery. I was going to send to the Midlands, but
it's not over. Not over till it's over. Anyway, to the here and now. Charlie Tier really getting stuck in. Every over he negotiates, he just incrementally gets to feel what it is to be a county cricketer. Little wins at this stage. 37 minutes to lunch, he'll be saying to himself. Get in behind it, that's the way. That's what you want to see, Alistair, on the final day.
yeah, he's played really nicely, and I think he'll be looking at some of Farby's videos where he sort of calls out the odd loose shot. So I think that's maybe in his head as well. He's played really nicely, I think, today. Sussex can't win this match, but if they get a draw, that would feel like success.
Slightly short this time, so he's able to punch it into the onside.
You've really just got to nudge these overs down, haven't you? I mean, 75 to bowl. You take them down in 5s and 10s, really, if you can get to 70 and then 60. So they played well with seeing Topley on at this end is going to create a little bit more rough for Dan Lawrence as well.
Some viewers watching Oliver Surrey Persuasion may perhaps wonder, well, is this Dan Lawrence's pitch? But the broader story is this is still a long, long day ahead of us. 75.2 overs still available for Surrey in the day. And so Rory Burns is prepared to acknowledge that he might have to play the long game and use his seamers sparingly across the course of what could still yet be quite a long afternoon. Dom Sibley does well to pull it back. 3 bits, though, to Sussex off the pad. And he needs to conserve the energies of his seamers as best he can, because you feel like Sussex aren't going to give up without a real scrap here. So Lawrence does a very, very useful job in that context. Another big game coming up next week as well, of course.
Well, it's incredible to think that Surrey haven't won a home game in in 6, isn't it? And I think you'd fancy them to get over the line, but you're quite right. I don't think it's going to be imminent, but I think there's plenty of time in the game, and you just need to break open one partnership, I think, and I like the fact we've got a left armour here, which as a batsman you kind of tend to open up a little bit more. What you don't want to do is get one that comes back and you've got your leg the wrong side. So so in equal measure it is creating a bit of rough for Dan at the other end, but it's interesting to see Ollie Robinson scored 100 in the first innings, and was very positive with the way he got to his 100, but he'll have to bat in a different manner today because runs won't be an option.
Yeah, indeed. It was a remarkable first day. It really was. One for the ages. And Robinson came in and batted like Viv for an hour or two with the swagger as well to back it up. Having been staring down a 94 for 7 at lunch, it was a remarkable day's cricket. And Jack Carson as well. First time I've seen him make big runs in the flesh, and it's a quality 100 he made. Less quality on show there. The big drive. Topley will be encouraged by that. He's had a quiet game with the ball. He's got some good conditions now. It's nice and cool outside, and just over half an hour to run up until lunch.
It's encouraging that they're wanting to play their shots, because it just takes one of those mistakes to open things up. And then we find out whether Haynes can come in. And he's had a very eventful 3 balls in the game so far.
So our producer Mark has found an image from somebody in Rome watching the live stream. Look at that. We're truly a world affair here, folks. Wherever you are in the world, do let us know. Just drop us a line. The more remote, the better. Italy, a coming force, of course, in world cricket. Get in touch with your thoughts and emails. And questions via email, of course, surreybroadcast@gmail.com.
They'll need to find a replacement for Emilio Gay, won't they?
Well, he didn't play, of course, in the T20 World Cup, despite pushing hard to make that final squad. He had an injury issue as well. But yeah, it feels like it could be his time, doesn't it? A very timely 100 for Emilio Gay earlier this week against Middlesex at Lords. And yeah, certainly there is the consensus is forming that there'll be a space available at the top of England's order, and he's certainly squarely in the conversation. Yeah, almost too wide to reach. Irresistible for Jack Carson, but nothing doing. So 53 gone, 127 for 6.
How would you grade first division runs and second division runs?
It's a good question. I think there has to be a discrepancy, a notable discrepancy there, really. And I think the intensity of first division runs, what's at stake with first division runs, and the sense that if you come up against a decent side, of which there are many now, you don't get too many quiet periods, you don't get too many innocuous periods in the first division. But because of the bowling attacks in the second division at certain places, then you do sometimes get that sense that runs are easier to come by. Emilio Gay did it in the first division last year as well. He was slightly feast or famine for Durham last year, but when he got in, he was good. I think his Durham stats have to be seen in the round, really. Be very surprised if they're not back in the top tier next year as well, but we shall see.
Well, they're scoring runs for fun, aren't they? And down there, there's top of the order.
And again, there are different games within the second division to make an unbeaten 100 and get it done against Lancashire with Jimmy Anderson and others last week, as Emilio Gay did. Down the track, shoveled past the catcher at mid-wicket, Sean Abbott, who thought he was in the game for a moment.
Jimmy Anderson's in the interesting bracket, isn't he, where he can't actually get to his ECB pension yet.
He still thinks he's going to be recalled back into the side.
I had the same thing. I was still playing at 41, and your pension pays out at 40 for the ECB. But you can't, if you're still playing, you can't get to it.
I did not know that. He's 43, is Jimmy. Riding high. Taking wickets for fun in the second tier. Nothing doing. False shot, or rather a non-shot. Jack Island emails in. Watching the final day at home with my 5-year-old son Elliot. Looking likely Surrey will bring it home so we can celebrate with a juice box and a Guinness for Dad. Keep up the good work. Cheers, Jack. Lovely email. Bank holiday Monday Guinness. That's not a bad shout, you know. Arm ball. Quietly smothered by Charlie Tier, who's shown real sturdy cussedness this morning. Not offered much at all. Okay, we're just under half an hour up to lunch. Yas Rana will step in alongside Ali Brown.
Afternoon, Ali.
Good afternoon, yes.
Sussex have taken the wind out of Surrey's sails somewhat over the last 45 minutes. Been quite some time now since the 6th wicket fell, that of Finn Hudson-Prentice. 12 overs ago now.
Well, the ball for a start is 54 overs old. I thought Surrey bowled really nicely this morning. They hit some very good areas, bowled good short balls when they needed to, and picked up those wickets there. But this next 20 odd overs is a period where they'd like to pick up a couple of wickets, but it will be a little bit harder. But they only need one to open it up, and bring a new batsman in. You could easily get a couple of wickets going, as they have done most of the game in unison. Yeah,
they don't want to leave too much work for when the second new ball becomes available. Obviously a long way to go, but should Sussex get to that point with 4 wickets still remaining, puts a lot of pressure on that new ball period. Well bowled from Topley over the wicket, bowling across Carson, draws a false shot.
You feel there is just an airy waft in there somewhere that's going to probably pick out Jamie Smith at some point. I mean, those are areas that you don't need to play at. I think because his weight's a little bit back, that's why he's feeling for it a bit more, rather than his head sort of getting forward and being able to see if the ball does swing.
Oh, that's a Jaffa. Oh, that's gone so quickly through to Jamie Smith. Don't think there was an outside edge on that, judging by the body language of everyone involved. But let's take a look. That flew through.
Well, I think it was a case of it's that area where you're not sure which way to take it, whether it's high hands or normal hands, and then got caught in the middle. Probing length.
Oh, another player miss. It's really good from Topley. 3 deliveries on the trot, troubling Carson.
You feel that Farby would be running out of gloves soon. I was going to be part of the post-match debrief.
Yeah, it's an interesting question for how Carson plays this. Had so much success in the first innings by playing quite aggressively. Reckon that's past the bat?
Yeah, he hasn't hit that, but yeah, it's a. Well, I'd be surprised if he's touched it. I think there'd be
Really good pace and carry again from Topley. Probing over. Maiden. Sussex 129 for 6. And the pace and carry that remains in this wicket will give encouragement to the Surrey seamers. Bit of debate between us in the commentary box and our producers about whether or not there was an outside edge on it.
I think probably one of the better ways is to judge the bowler's reaction.
Yeah.
So I think the way it went through, the bowler's reaction would tell you most things, because if it was nicked, I think there'd be immense disappointment. in a period where it could be tough the next 10, 15 overs. So they're digging in quite well here.
What would your mindset be in a situation like this? So, Tears, top 7 batter, he's played nicely thus far. Carson generally bats at 8 or 9 and had success in the first innings, playing quite aggressively. That's a lovely shot from Tier. Driven through the offside, and 4 misfield on the boundary. He moves on to 33. And I guess the question specific to you, as someone who's a naturally aggressive player, when the aim of the game almost isn't entirely survival because the runs are relevant, how do you go about it in this situation?
I think you proactively put in, well, there are 131 behind, so what could we get to? Even if they got 200 runs, you'd fancy with the overs in the game, Surrey would knock off 70 if that was the case. So you still want to be playing shots, but at the same time, you want to be
Just
nullifying the Surrey bowlers. You want to feel like a. I always had something on my shoulder that was saying, there'll be part of me going, mid-off is up. If I can just get down there, if that's 4, and if you really get it, it might be 6 to that short side. But you're looking to pick up your easy shots. Make sure your weight is on the front foot for spin, and then if you need to push back and don't get caught in the middle. It's almost like where do you want them to play? I mean, there's part of you, even though silly point isn't a position that's going to get a catch here. Sometimes by getting in, it means that the batsman is a little bit more aggressive because they're worried about the potential bat pad in there. But I think it's knowing what your game plan is and not wanting to get into a quiet dressing room. When I was playing a game at Leicester many years ago, and it did a lot, and I played the reverse sweep once and I hit it for 4, and I thought, I never think I'll play it again, so I played it again and that went for 4, and then they moved backward point round a bit squarer, and it's a bit fuller and I absolutely nailed it, but I nailed it straight to the man, and I'd scored 45, which was the highest in the game on a wicket that was very spin orientated. But I also came back to a very, very quiet dressing room, and most of the players were looking at their feet, which indicated that Graham Clinton, who was coach, had basically told everyone, if you even talk to Brian when he comes in, I'll be livid. So I remember walking in, Alex Stewart's just looking at his feet. He wouldn't say anything. I'm like, well, what? You know, I had a plan. Okay, I got out with that plan. But yeah, and I think today the plan for Sussex is they've had a very good start to the season. They're behind the 8 ball here. They can't get a win out of it, but they can get, you know, if Surrey are the pre-tournament favourites, which they are, Surrey need a win. If they keep drawing, then they'll realising that they're sort of taking points out of one of the potential favourites for the competition.
Yeah, and especially if you look at some of the scores around the country, Notts, who've started the season well, they're set to secure victory over Leicestershire in the next hour or so. They've just got another 56 second innings runs to get to secure victory there. Game of the round, arguably at Taunton, Somerset 41 for 3, needing another 219 against Yorkshire. George Hill with a couple of early wickets, and Don Bess removing the dangerous James Rue early on too. Or full toss, and given the treatment from Tier, past the diving short cover, that'll be 4. He moves into the 40s.
So speaking of how you'd play, I mean, once you get in, you know what the mindset is, which is to I think Tier's playing really nicely. He's balanced. He's not pushing at balls he shouldn't be pushing at. And as I said, in a pair, you're just trying to get together and sort of say, can we just keep nudging this down without taking any major risk? But you feel Carson's giving a chance on the outside edge a few times, and that would give a lot of momentum to Surrey if he does finally nick one of those.
Yeah, started the second innings on a pair. Charlie Tier started a little bit scratchily against a spin of Dan Lawrence. Very, very nearly bowls through the gate on a couple of occasions early on. But he's looked really composed this morning.
I think the way he's open as well means that you feel he's not going to get bowled through the gate. He might get down on the outside edge, but he's covered it really well.
And he's been good against a short ball. Another firmly pulled shot. Just a single though this time.
It's nice to see a wicket though, isn't it, with a bit more carry than we've seen the last few home games here. I think they've been quite placid. I know this is also probably even greener, but it's played really nicely. When I was at Notts, a lot of the wickets there had a tinge of green to them, but they went through. They were good wickets, but you get a little bit more carry, which is good. And it meant those nicks in particular carry, and that's the main thing. And I think, you know, going back to the Leicester game here, there were quite a few nicks that weren't carrying, so those slips needed to come up. And of course, hence when the ball was flashed, they went through quite quickly, and chances get put down because you're actually almost too close.
Sussex continuing to be positive. 7 runs off this over to follow 9 off the previous one. 1-4-5 for 6. And good signs for Surrey. Topley 5 overs into his spell. He's not played a lot of red ball cricket in recent years. Before the Leicester game, he hadn't played in 4 years in the Championship. Only bowled 12 overs in the first innings here, so good signs that he's getting through a 5 over spell.
Yeah, and I think it's always good to have a left armour in sort of a diverse bowling lineup. I think sometimes if you get attacks that are very similar, like all right armers who swing it away or nip it away, certainly if ever I came up against an attack that had a left armour in it, it made you think, especially if it was a player who could swing it back.
And they're just rotating the strike a little bit more now. Big gap in the offside for the Sussex right-handers. Lawrence, I suppose, looking to bowl the ball very straight. He's got 2 catches on the leg side, short leg, and Ollie Pope at leg slip. Massive gap around cover. No one between mid-off and a deep cover point.
Would that be the little man on your shoulder saying, just get the reverse out here, it's going to be 4 if we get anything on it?
Well, Carson uses his feet and hits the ball flat for 6. I didn't get that high, but hit to the shorter side in front of the bed to stand. And another show of aggression. Yeah, you're right, Ali. It isn't just a gap at cover. There's no one between slip and that deep cover point fielder. So just 3 fielders on the offside.
But that is deliberate. I mean, if Dan Lawrence bowls the ball outside off stump and you go for the sort of fine rundown, that's when you can easily get caught behind or caught first slip. If you get a bit too greedy, so there's the lure of those boundary options, and still 112 ahead. I think it's a good field. I like it. It's like when a seamer or swing bowler keeps cover open so you can drive. What they want is if they can get movement, then they'll get the catch in the slip. So, but Sussex haven't got too greedy, which is a good thing. But if they were to get down to 60, 50, 40, you might see them try and get past Surrey, and if they get to that point.
Defended, 7 runs from the over, but 23 now scored over the last 3 Sussex. 152 for 6, trailing by 112. We asked earlier, where are people watching us? So we have Joel watching from East Tennessee, Elliot watching in Geelong, Jerry watching in Versailles, Wellesley watching in Barnstable Village, Cape Cod, Massachusetts, Tim watching in Udon Thani in Thailand, Sean watching in Baku, Stuart watching in Laos, Vumi watching in Zambia, Jack in Dunedin, New Zealand, where it's 11:45 p.m. Amazing to see so many people from all around the world tuning into the Surrey stream. You can always get in touch, surreybroadcast@gmail.com.
The joy of Wi-Fi. I had Mark Elam sort of texting me from holiday by the pool a couple of weeks ago. So yeah, it's. I mean, I love the feed. It's great to jump on there, not just at Surrey, but you can catch games all around the country. So yeah, it's great to see. That's a shot.
What a shot that is from Jack Carson. Picked it up over the man at deep square leg for 6, his second in as many overs. We're wondering how he was going to play it. I think we've had a pretty clear sign in the last 2 overs.
I think that's shot of the day. I mean, it's just a casual pickup. Hold my beer.
Well, Phil was saying on day one that when you watch Carson bat, you do wonder how long he's going to bat a number 9 for.
Well, just the fact he held his pose once he'd hit it, that was a very good shot. Shot of the morning.
And damned into the offside for a single. That'll please the purist. Single after a boundary.
I like the positive nature, though. I mean, it's not a big boundary, but it's at the same time when you're looking to save the game, it's not a short boundary either. And also the 60 hit off Dan Lawrence. Just he knows that the mid-off is really close. So all you're thinking is if I can just clear that mid-off, that tight mid-off, then I'm going to get at least 4. And of course, he hit flat for 6. So.
short, pulled again by Tier, and well fielded on the leg side boundary. They'll come back for 2. But yeah, we were saying a few overs ago that the runs aren't irrelevant. If you look at the fields that Surrey are deploying for Dan Lawrence, they are attacking. They've got 3 catches really close to the bat. That couple brings up the 50 partnership between Tier and Carson. Long way to go, but there will be a point where Surrey might feel they can't be quite as attacking with the fields. Maybe they spread it back, and that makes life slightly easier for Sussex.
But they're doing exactly what they should do, because if they go in their shell and think, well, we've only got 4 wickets left, then you can bring all your fielders in because you're not giving anything back, and that's what they're doing. And they're playing some excellent shots, so they're being generally tight. I know Carson's been a little bit looser outside the off stump, but he's also played some very nice shots, and that does, push those fielders back. And I think if we go back to last year in the final game, it was a penultimate game, wasn't it, when Surrey played Notts? It was that sort of 6th wicket partnership, I think, that actually changed things, because they sort of batted very positively and did push the Surrey fielders back, which changed the momentum, and ultimately that partnership of 80 or so was the game changer. So yeah, you've got to know when to sort of counter attack and when not to, and go with that momentum. And I think Sussex over the last hour have been very good.
Yeah, 12 runs from that over from Reece Topley, so 35 runs have been scored in the last 5, so 7s over the last 5 overs. Lawrence to continue. Surrey still on the attack. 3 close catches around Carson, who's now on 27. Nine minutes to go until the lunch break. Fisher just walking off the field.
Early lunch.
Full toss from Lawrence, and suitably punished from Carson. As we said in Lawrence's previous over, not a lot of protection on the offside for Surrey's offie. So Carson picks up another boundary. That lead now less than 100. Sussex trail by 96. Some game that Carson's having. Century in the first innings. Picks up 4 wickets in Surrey's first. And now a breezy 31 not out of 50 deliveries. And he came out to the middle when Finn Hudson-Prentice nicked off to Sean Abbott after 42 overs. You were wondering we could be done by lunch, but Sussex have made Surrey work very hard over the last hour or so.
I think they've been very resilient, haven't they? Not just today, but throughout the season. To have the financial constraints and points deductions that they had at the start, to then start the competition really well. They've certainly got a backbone to them, haven't they? They're a very decent side.
Lawrence now around the wicket to Tier.
And unlike Aston Villa, they're not going to roll over and have their tummies tickled.
For context, Ali is a West Ham fan who I suppose probably didn't enjoy watching the Villa Spurs game yesterday. Villa resting a few players, I believe.
Yeah, I don't blame them. There'll be people that say that's why you make 7 changes, but ultimately we're in the position we are because we had a very ordinary start first half of the year, so we can't. I don't think it's done and dusted. To be honest with you, I think 40 points will still keep you up, in my opinion. 3 big games to go.
Got an email in from Jay. Greetings from Oak Park, Michigan in the US. A recent cricket fan who only picked up the sport within the past 2 years. In my early 40s, I've been trying to devour any and all cricket series I can get my hands on. Local cricket is limited and is enjoyable in person. Are there any book and podcast recommendations from the crew? I'm a big fan of the Wisden magazines and podcasts. Keep up the stellar work. Well, cheers for getting in touch, Jay. Well, I've got personal bias. I'd say just keep listening to the Wisden podcast and just keep reading the Wisden magazines. We have a change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Build a sustainable future. Take action to protect the environment for generations to come. Ryan Patel on for the first time in the Sussex second innings.
He can be a golden arm.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. I suppose operates at a similar pace to Tom Haynes for Sussex. He bowled 11 overs, 1 for 28. But I was sort of surprised that Haynes didn't bowl more. But I thought he was really threatening every time he came on. Offers a totally different challenge to other seam bowlers. You could tell that batters weren't in the same rhythm facing a bowler who's operating more at 65 to 70 mph.
The thing is, sometimes you can play that sort of bowler and you feel like you can cash in, but actually you end up playing shots that you shouldn't necessarily, because you might be, if someone's a bit quicker or putting you under more pressure, you're concentrating harder, whereas sometimes you're looking to score, and you've also got like 4 minutes to lunch, so the part of you wants to get to lunch with no wickets down, but the other part of you is probably saying, well, there's a potential to get another 4 to 10 runs in this period, but could lead to chances. And I like the whole thing of Jamie Smith being stood up as well. It's what Alex Carey did very well in the Ashes. That, from a batting perspective, means you're trying to get forward against that sort of pace, but you don't want to fall over. So if he would have put one down the leg side, maybe even not deliberately, it's the sort of thing, if you fall over and you could be stumped.
Driven down the ground, and Carson takes out one of the stumps at the other end. But slightly fuller for Patel, and also a bit of movement in the air. That's what Haynes had success with in parts during the Surrey innings. Had a few very close LBW shouts, and he was challenging the batter's front pads. Very close shout against Sibley when Sibley was on 30. One delivery remaining in what will almost certainly be the penultimate over of the session.
I imagine if Dan Lawrence got through his overs quite quickly, I think there'd be a fair amount of gardening going on.
Well fielded short cover by Lawrence. End of the over, 2 runs from it. Sussex 171 for 6. This partnership now worth 60. They've been out there for the best part of 20 overs. Frustrating Surrey. Conditions very different to the days we've seen so far. Previously, not a cloud in the sky. Well, today we can't really see the sky. Don't go anywhere during the lunch break, by the way. We'll be replaying the conversation that Dan Norcross had with the author John Houghton, where they talked about John's new book, Vinciness, The Unbearable Sadness of Batting. It's a fascinating conversation, so if you missed it earlier in the game, I highly recommend tuning in for that. Dabbed into the offside. Tier now on 49.
Shrewd batting, it's what you want over before lunch, isn't it? Just get off strike. I hope that Carson can block the next 5 balls, sort of unvelcroing your gloves.
Yeah, 1 minute to the hour now, so this will be the final over of the session. I think Carson was thinking exactly the same
He
thing
was.
as his mate at the other
He
end.
thought, I'll hand back the bat and it's over to you. He could see 6 singles there.
Well, tier on 49. Doesn't look like there's going to be a change in the field for Surrey. Vast gap on the offside. Slightly straighter and defended from tier.
You feel the wicket may come a little bit wider. Potentially sort of either a dab that's a few feet wider, or just bring Rory Burns into the equation.
Well, the ball's at trouble tier last night. Well, runs through for the single, and that will be his 50. His second in first-class cricket. It's an overthrow as well. Sloppy from Surrey, approaching the lunch break. It's Tier's second in first-class cricket. Some performance this, his first championship appearance in the best part of 3 years in the Scotland International. 21-year-old doing a mighty job for his team. Coming in on a pair.
I don't know how happy he is with the overthrow.
Well, that's the line that Lawrence troubled here with last night. Starting outside off stump and really giving it a rip. Challenging that off stump. One delivery to go to the lunch break. Lawrence to tier. Defending into the leg side. 4 runs from the over. And Sussex get through to the lunch break. 6 down. Surrey still 4 wickets away from securing their first win of the season. A session of 2 halves, you'd say. Surrey, brilliant first up this morning. Fisher, Clark, and Abbott bowled with real intensity. They picked up 2 wickets in that first hour. First, the Aussie overseas Dan Hughes nicking Jordan Clark off the Rory Burns in the slip cordon, and then Finn Hudson-Prentice. He feathered one behind to Jamie Smith off the bowling of Sean Abbott for 15, and at that point in the day, before midday, we thought we could be done here by lunch, but Charlie Tier, the 21-year-old, and Jack Carson, centurion from the first innings down at number 9, surely due a promotion sometime soon, have battled really hard. They get to the break on 51 and 34 respectively. And Ali, a hard-fought session.
Yeah, no, I think you're quite right. The first half, I thought Surrey bowled beautifully. They were hitting good lines, good lengths, and creating opportunity. Just a little bit of extra pace there, I think, at the start. I think spin-wise, when it's been straight, it's been easier to play. I think just want to go a fraction wider outside the off stump. But yeah, I think Sussex have counter-attacked well. I think, as you said, Jack Carson coming in, I thought he played beautifully, played some really good strokes. He did offer a little bit outside the off stump, and I think if you've got Fisher or Abbott coming in just after lunch, that could be an interesting matchup. But evenly poised, you'd say Surrey still favourites to get this done. But as I said, a good counter-attack the last hour, and have given Sussex some cause for optimism.
Well, Sussex trails Surrey by 89. Surrey need 4 wickets for the win. We'll be back with the live action in 35 or so minutes. But in the meantime, we'll be playing that conversation between Dan Norcross and John Houghton, where they chatted about John's new book, Vinciness, The Unbearable Sadness of Batting.
Anyway, we're going to have a change of direction now, because I have got with me, I am more than delighted to say, a man who goes by the name of the old batsman. There's nothing old about this man. He's bright, vivacious, young, sparkly.
Yeah, as you can see.
As you can see. It's John Houghton, ladies and gentlemen. And he is here because, he's here for perfectly justifiable reasons. But basically you're here because you sent me this book, Vinciness, The Unbearable Sadness of Batting. Couldn't be better titled. And I received it through the post. And I receive a lot of cricket books through the post, and much of the time my heart sinks because they're often very
me
big,
too.
and they often require me to read every single word of them. And by the end of it, I want to prise out my eyes with sugar tongs. But on this occasion, I gobbled this thing up in about an hour. It is absolutely magnificent. It's a book about James Vince, but it isn't a book about James Vince. But it is a book about James Vince, but it isn't a book about James Vince. What is this about?
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of about James Vince, I suppose, really. You wouldn't, let's put it this way. If you like James Vince, I don't think you'd be disappointed by the amount of James Vince content. But it's not just, it's sort of about the state of being James Vince, which was something I became sort of slowly intrigued by as his career unfolded, really. Because he's one of those people, he's one of those people that everyone sort of thinks one thing about. And the thing they think about James Vince is, he gets to 30 and then he gets out, and he's a kind of, and that 30 will be one of the most beautiful things you might see that month. But it will be over before it started. Anyway, he has this reputation. So I'd kind of sometimes tweet about him, and the people would come back at you instantly. I mean, that's the great thing about social media. You get instant feedback on what people think. That's, I'm sure, why Kent have just advised their players never to go on social media again, because you do get instant feedback, and I'm sure Vincey gets instant feedback. And it was always, James Vince nicks off, does this, does
Like he's doing it deliberately to
as
annoy
if he's
you.
doing it deliberately, yeah. So I thought, what is that actually like when set in the context of your life, really? Your life in cricket and out of cricket is to go along and basically whenever anyone says the name James Vince, what pops into everyone's head is this one thought. And how do you survive that? And has that happened to other people? And which it has, it has happened to lots of people in lots of different ways, And also Vince, he's kind of been a bit of a Zelig figure in that he was in probably the greatest under-19s team we've ever had in terms of, in his under-19 team was Joss Butler, probably our greatest ever white ball global player, certainly. There was Joe Root, who's our greatest ever test run scorer. And there was Ben Stokes, who's, arguably our greatest all-rounder. And then fourth was James Vince. He's played, 55 times for England. In the following year, it produced 0 international cricketers, the under-19, and that's generally sort of what it does. If it produces one, it's lucky. The year of James Vince was kind of like football's year of 90, was the class of 92?
The Fergie fledglings.
Yeah. All and snooker, class of 92.
Yeah.
It's a bit like that. So to kind of be the fourth wheel in that was kind of interesting from the start. And then there's his sort of overall air of diffidence, I mean, he does, and it's
he
not
doesn't ooze charisma,
no,
does
it's
he?
not his fault.
No,
It's like he's sort of slightly round-shouldered. He kind of gives you the idea that he might get out quite soon, but he
Slightly
might produce
melty eyes.
Yeah,
just
yeah,
slightly,
it's like sad eyes.
like Kyron Wilson. The
So
snooker
it's
player.
like I mean, it's like all the things that I like, to write about, because I think, as they say more broadly, happiness writes white, really. You're always looking for that kind of... And I don't think you can choose the people that you like writing about. And in cricket terms, I kind of liked Mark Ramprakash, I liked Kevin Peterson, Geoffrey Boycott, people that have a complex, sometimes tortured relationship with the game. And I think Vincey very much falls into that, in a way. But he's kind of harder to tell, with Geoffrey. You
When
sort
you
of know
see-
what he's thinking.
Exactly. But I mean, it is quite a gear shift for you, because with Geoffrey, you're in no doubt whatsoever. You wrote a brilliant book, collaboration with Geoffrey.
I did a collaboration
Being
with Geoffrey,
Geoffrey
called
Boycott.
Being Geoffrey Boycott, where I was the kind of the alter ego of Geoffrey, kind of
David
talking-
Peace style
yeah,
kind of
yes.
Brian Clough
It was
book,
a second person
Yeah.
type thing where, because Geoffrey, he has this amazing memory of every game he's ever played, and this book was about each of his 108 Test matches. But sort of around that, he has a very, very set view of what happened. So the idea of the second voice, the ghost, sort of as it were, was just saying to him, "Are you sure that's what was happening? Because this also happened and that also happened." So it's a sort of method of contextualising what other people would say was not what Geoffrey would say was really happening, but what the world thought was really happening. So again, it was this kind of divided thing, and you got it with Peterson and you got it with Ramprakash, where the world thought one thing and they thought something else. And I think it's a really interesting state, really.
And yet, weirdly here, James Vince comes across as this slippery, almost a mirage of a character. But he does exist as a human in this because you interviewed him.
I interviewed him, but it was only on his car phone. I don't know if he was really there.
Well,
but
that's what comes across. Because the James Vince that you report here, you then report what he said, and then you're almost uncertain whether A, he said it or what that quite meant, or if he understood what it meant himself.
Yeah, I mean, he was. It was a weird time because I was trying to remember exactly when it was, and I've got a feeling it was just at the start of COVID, maybe when going to the supermarket was kind of a thing, you know.
Yeah.
And it was Phil Walker at Wisden Cricket Monthly said, and he was phoning me up and he was really excited because he knew I liked James Vince. He goes, "Do you want to interview James Vince?" And like my heart sank, but I knew I couldn't say no.
Why
because
did it sink?
Because Phil was like so excited about it. So I said,
why did your heart sink?
Well, because I mean, I like over my sort of life in writing, and certainly when I started off purely as a journalist, I've interviewed a lot of people you would call famous or whatever. So that novelty wore off a long time ago. And then I found that if you really like someone, I mean, it's kind of more interesting not to know them and not to know about them. I mean, you know, it can work the other way, as it did with Geoffrey Boycott. He turned out to be nothing like I thought he would be. But, you know, I just thought, how's this going to work? It's going to be a phone interview. He knows what I'm going to ask him. I know what he's going to say. It was one of those, you know. As you write it up in the book, it's when you're doing those kind of interviews, you're doing it for the magazine, and the magazine wants to know about, do you still have ambitions to play for England? Yeah. When you look back on your Test career, were there moments when you thought you could have done it differently? Exactly.
It's all that.
Of course, but with him, you know, as we were just saying before you came out, you mentioned that you actually commentated on Vince's defining moment, which was when he was run out of Brisbane in the first Ashes Test, when he made 83, which remains his highest Test score. And, you know, had he made 100 on that day, and then he batted at Perth.
The whole series could have been different.
Yeah, the whole series could have been better. And then he batted again at Perth and made an amazing 50, but then got this absolute shell from Mitchell Starc.
Best ball ever bowled? I mean, whether it was deliberate or not.
Yeah,
I mean, most unplayable delivery.
It was probably the most unplayable ball ever bowled. So, I mean, his life really was a sliding doors moment. So, you know, when you ask him that question, it's freighted with meaning. It's not like, oh, well, you know, I had a bit of a bad run. And I'm sure I can go and score some, you know. And then it turned out that when I did speak to him, he'd just been phoned up, or Ed Smith had phoned him and said, no, you know, that's it.
Oh, well, at least he got the courtesy of a call.
They
don't all get that these days.
I mean, Ed gets a somewhat bad press, but I think he did used to tell people whether they were in the team or not. You know, it wasn't just like, hey man, look out there, check the vibes, you might be playing. It wasn't that, you know. It was that he did tell. But then he got back in amazingly after I'd done this interview. But at the time of the interview, it was sort of, oh, well, you know, maybe this is it for Vincey, because he was, you know, in his late 20s, maybe he was 30, I can't remember what he was. But
did you sense that he was actively disappointed by that? Because he strikes me as quite a difficult person.
Tell. I mean, I think he was, because I think, again, like we said, there's all these layers. So you're going through this thing like, he knows what I'm going to ask him. He knows he's going to have to talk about that. I mean, what level of genuine honesty is he going to give to a guy he doesn't know, who's phoned him up on his car phone while he's going to the supermarket?
You can't sort of do the looking in his face.
You can't even do that, you know. I mean, you'd be waiting for the crash, you know, he's driven into the trolleys or something. But, you know, he's sort of... But you could tell he was thinking about it. Like, I honestly think he was really thinking about it and trying to give good answers. And at the end of the interview, it was almost heartbreaking, because I was about to sort of hang the phone up. And he said, how was I? He goes, was I like you thought I was going to be, or was I different? And it was like, oh, man, you really care. You know, most guys like, they just this. I've got to get this off my list today. You know.
Well, A, was he, and B, what did you say?
I said the only thing I could say is kind of, and it's very Vincey. It's very, you know, everything about him is sort of indeterminate, and this interview played perfectly into that. In that. Yeah, it was, you know, it was a little bit inconclusive, and it was sort of hard to tell what he really thought. So on that level, he's an incredibly interesting cricketer. And then, of course, he went off and he did get back into the England team because there was COVID, and there was I'm sure, I mean,
Was that the series when
It was the series against
they put
Pakistan.
out the second and a half team?
Yeah, the whole squad got COVID.
That's right.
And it was that mad time when if you even heard on the phone from somebody who got COVID, you had to stay at home for.
That's right.
a
John
month or
Simpson
whatever.
played, didn't he? He was obviously playing here for Sussex. Finally got his chance.
But also Bryden Cast got in the team,
Yeah.
Zach Crawley got in the team, Phil Salt got in the team, and they played 3 ODIs against Pakistan. And the third one, Vincey got his international ton at last. And it's virtually the last time he played. It was the last time he played for England in England. And that was that, yeah. So
now you say, when you said here at the start, that you're sort of you like to talk about, you like to write about certain types of cricketers, but that it isn't really about Vince. The thing is, you were drawn to Vince, weren't you?
Yeah.
You were impossibly drawn to him in the way that, for me it would have been David Gower as a child, and when he got out the last ball before lunch, which it seemed to happen every time, it can only have been about twice, but when it did,
but when you really don't want it,
when you don't, on the first day and he's on 70
Yeah.
and he nicks off to gully or something, hitting a ball that no one else could have got their bat on because it's deviated a mile, and you feel this incredible sadness, disappointment, but actually not fury with him.
It's something else.
There is something else.
And I think that is true of Vince. And I think what it is, and it's sort of weird without delving too deep, it's weird how your subconscious works, because the other thing that I sort of write about in the book is this painting, which is called The Cricket Game.
It's wonderful.
And
You've got the painting in the book.
And it's by a guy called David Inshaw, who's a British landscape painter who loves cricket. And he painted a picture called The Cricket Game. And his sort of, at this period, he painted it in 1976, and around that time he had this notion, as painters do, that what he was trying to do was catch all of time in a single moment, which sounds utterly mad and impossible. And it is impossible because it's hard to even think in your, like, what does that actually mean? But he was sort of feeling the landscape on this particular level, like all the people that have been on this landscape in history, and I'm painting it at this particular moment, but I'm reflecting through that the meaning of all those people who've been here before. And I had no idea what connection I was making till I really started writing. And then you think, hang on, it's like an innings, isn't it? It's like a kind of perfect moment of Vinciness where he does something that you look at and it's beautiful, and it represents the ideal of what you're looking for in cricket. And then he gets out and it's over and it's finished, and it's the whole moment of everything that you like in that instant. And I think that was the sort of connection between the painting and the cricket.
Which is where the sadness comes from.
Because it's over. I mean, it's not like a painting that you can go back and look at again.
No.
This is done, forever in this context.
In this specific context.
Yeah.
And so then you're just waiting for it to hopefully happen again.
Yeah.
But it will be the same but different.
It will be different again, so that, however it happens again. So, and I think that so cricket's incredibly repetitive, but it never happens again in the same instance. So you're always trying to recapture that high that Gower gives you, or whoever the player is gives you. And the players themselves are trying to recapture that feeling of what it was like the one day in their life when actually it felt easy. Because one of the things that James Vince talked about on his car phone was that he felt this great difference between what he felt like inside and what it looked like outside. So people would always say to him, but you make it look so easy and it looks amazing. And he'd go, well, that's not how it feels on the inside. And he was particularly sensitive to it. He would say, I'd feel like I'm batting well and someone would bowl me a good one, and I'd be thinking, oh God, is it going to do that again? Is it going to, and it would completely, and you can tell by the way he bats, it completely get into his head, And so I think there was that sort of disparity between how he looks and how he feels that he was always struggling with, and it kind of compounded the disappointment people felt in him. Because I think if you look, with all due respect, if you look like Rory Burns, I don't think you particularly feel, like
this terrible
painting a picture or whatever. No. I mean, it's like Rory Burns is an amazing cricketer, but it's different to what's going on with Vince,
Oh, I mean, some of the most effective cricketers have ever been are ones that don't inspire the same emotion. I mean, I think of Graham Smith. For South Africa and of Surrey. Yeah. I mean, I was staggered when I checked his numbers. His strike rate in tests is over 60, I think.
Is it really?
But it never felt like that. It felt like like a little bit of a torture.
Yeah.
But his numbers are great.
Yeah.
His average is great. His impact on cricket is amazing.
Yeah.
One of the most
Yeah.
revered
But you
captains.
never got the feeling he kind of sat at home, tortured by
No.
what's happening to him. No.
No.
And it's, I mean, the other one like that is Callis. Callis is
Yeah.
never written about, never talked about.
Well-
You look at his numbers. One of the, some people say Peterson always says he's the greatest cricketer of all time, and I will argue with anyone about that.
I think he's got a very good case for it.
Yeah.
And yet, at the same time, and I've said this many times, when you die, your whole life's supposed to flash before your eyes. I'm convinced that all of it will flash before my eyes except Jacques Callis.
yeah.
And it's so unfair, isn't it?
Yeah, it
because
is because he did absolutely everything right.
Yeah.
He was brilliant.
And
at
that was partly
everything.
what was wrong with it.
Yeah, that's what's wrong with it. It's too good. It's it's happiness rights white. It just doesn't work on the level that someone like Vince operates.
Well, you say it very early on in the book that there are 7 different types of book.
7 different types of story.
7 different
yes,
types of
if
story.
you go off to
I
a
beg
sort
your
of
pardon.
creative writing thing.
That's right. So
Which
I'm going to ask
which
you.
I never have. But
So they are described as overcoming the monster,
yeah,
rags to riches,
yeah,
the quest. These are all pretty obvious. Voyage and return, the Odyssey.
yeah.
Comedy, tragedy, rebirth. Is this a tragedy?
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? I mean, it's a sort of mix of both. First of all, you have to say sporting tragedy is only ever usually sporting.
Yes.
So it's, is James Vince going to sit at home and think, I only played 55 times for England? That's
quite a tragedy, isn't it?
It's while he sits there, mopping up. Like his whole Instagram feed. Not I was stalking him on Instagram, but I did see his Instagram feed, and it's just him joining franchises. It's just here I am joining something. He's joined someone in Belgium. He's joined like the Ghent Gladiators.
Oh, I'm going to Ghent next week. I'll check him out.
Check him out. He's the new hero of Ghent. So it's contextual tragedy. He's made a fantastic living as a cricketer. I'm sure he'll never have to work again once he finishes playing cricket. But what will people? Again, it goes back to that one thought. What will people be left with when you say the name James Vince? It's a completely different experience to the one that he's had.
Well, you liken it a little bit to George Best. I mean, it's in a slightly different context. But this has sort of reminded me of it because the story that George Best told over and over and over again, because I think he fried his brain so much he'd run out of stories, is the one about the Miss World, and the porter comes in, sees a naked Miss World and loads of money and says, where did it all go wrong? And it's slightly different because,
Yeah, but I mean,
George Best's a genius. But
I repeat that story in the book because I went to interview George Best at a pub, inevitably, because I was doing bits and bobs for a football mag, and they'd got David Bailey to take a load of portraits of the footballers, and he'd done George Best. And this was, George, I don't think he lived not more than a few years after this, so he was pretty far gone. But he was still telling those stories, and he was still telling them as if they were funny and, do you get it? Miss World. And you think, yeah, but look at you. You're in a pub with hangers on and a massive glass of wine.
At 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, and it really, it's gone that wrong, And, so, there is that. Yeah, but I suppose it's kind of like cricket's always got an element of comedy as well. I think it's pretty hard to get beyond. That's why it's always brilliant in sitcoms because, the characters. If there's a Dad's Army cricket episode, what sort of cricketer Mannering is going to be.
Yeah.
What sort of cricketer John Le Mesurier would be.
Yeah.
So they all fit into these stereotypes. So I think Vince is kind of like a sadcom. He'd be like one of those sad American comedies that sort of makes you smile rather than laugh. That's where I position him in the realm of story.
So it is a bit about James Vince.
Yeah, sort of.
But it isn't just about James Vince. You see, this is the thing that's so beguiling and magnificent about the book because you learn a lot about this. You don't always learn about much in books, I find.
Well,
often you just have the same thing rehashed or things that you sort of knew synthesised.
Yeah.
Yes. And, for example, you liken Vince's... Well, you don't quite like it, but you draw a parallel between the baseball player who played for the Boston Red Sox, Buckner.
Bill Buckner.
Bill Buckner.
Yeah. Because... Okay, so Bill Buckner, to briefly summarise his story. He was an amazing baseball player. He played in 4 different decades. That's how long he played. So he started in the
Like
60s.
Fred Titmus.
Yeah. He's like Fred Titmus of baseball. And he was on first base. And he was on first base something like 1,006. You know how many games they play? Like 1,600 times or something. And he made a mistake on first base 0.92% of the time or something.
According to your book, he had 13,901 chances to put out opposition batters and made just 128 errors. So he got it wrong 0.91% of the time.
Which is amazing. Except the one thing that every even sort of passing baseball fan knows about Bill Buckner was in the 1986 World Series. He made a mistake that enabled I can't remember who they're playing now, but the team that they were playing to level the series, and they then went on and won, which meant that the Red Sox hadn't broken this thing called the curse of the Bambino, which had been going on for 68 years. And it all got blamed on Bill Buckner for this one mistake. And that seemed to strike me as like being, how do you even live with that? And Bill Buckner had to live with it for a long time. He didn't ever really get forgiven or redeemed until the Red Sox did break the curse of the Bambino.
Which is something else that I think is a really important part of the book, that, isn't it? It's this notion that you require forgiveness.
Yeah.
For an error.
That's the notion of narrative, isn't it? That's why that stuff about the different narratives is in there, because every narrative requires a start, a middle, and an end. And the end to some narratives is redemption. And so Bill Buckner got this redemption of a kind anyway. But it struck me that James Vince, let's go back to him, that guy, he was on the field during the Super Over, which I'd kind of forgotten that people do forget. Yeah. And the only reason I remember
the Super Over, we mean, of course, in the World Cup final.
World Cup final of 2019. And probably the most terrifying over of cricket to be a fielder in that there's ever been. And to be on the field as a substitute, as he was, and he didn't even get a cap. If you're a sub fielder, you don't even get a cap. I think he might have got a medal because he was in the squad.
I'd like to hope so.
But he didn't get a cap. And you think if that ball had gone to him, and he'd Bill Bucknered it, what would happen then? It's terrifying. It's terrifying that because of the force of narrative, your life gets squished into these ideas and these boxes. And I think that could very easily have happened to Vincey as it happened to poor old Bill Buckner, who later had an episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm made entirely about him and his error.
I loved that detail because I watched that episode and I loved it. But the detail I really adored was that you say there in this book that Larry David had written an original draft in which the episode ends when a baby falls out of a window
building.
and Buckner makes the catch.
He
catches the baby, saves the life,
and everyone standing around applauds.
Exactly. So he is redeemed after 20 years of being pilloried. But in the original script, Larry David had him dropping the baby because it would have been funnier.
Yeah.
But he actually couldn't bring himself to do that.
He couldn't do it. But I mean, and as it says in the book, that's not because that would have been better for the sitcom. That was because that was Bill Buckner's real life, and had he made him drop it in that, that's the narrative he was playing into, So, poor old... And he's dead now, Bill Buckner. So just to round the story off in a happy sense. But, So, I mean, I think that's, that's the danger that all players... you think Stokes actually recovered from being hit for 4 sixes.
Yes.
In it.
We sort of forget that now, don't we?
Had he not been the player that he is, and had he not gone on and won all these different things, that's probably all we would remember about him.
Well, he could actually still have had a pretty decent career, but if England had lost the World Cup final, if England had lost the Ashes at Headingley, I mean, they ended up not winning the series, but they could have lost the Ashes at Headingley.
Yeah.
It would all have been a bit, well, he's been a very fine player for England, Stokes, hasn't he? But he's no Botham.
Yeah, exactly.
He's no Flintoff.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas, where he is now is where he is now. Yeah. So I mean, there are all these things that happen to players constantly that no one else is really thinking about. But if something goes terribly wrong for them, it becomes their narrative, and they have to live the rest of their life with it. And we don't care. We just go around going, "Oh yeah, that's the thing I remember about him. He got hit for 4 sixes, or he dropped that catch, or whatever." In
the end, of course, it was a Surrey man to whom the ball went out the outfield. Jason Roy. And presumably his heart was beating at an unbearable rate.
What that was like, because I mean, he did it, and no one. I was so sorry because no one ever says anything about that. It was a brilliant bit of fielding. He legged it round, picked it up clean.
I mean,
the
he
throw
ends
was
up
like a
running
rocket.
over pretty much over the stumps, and
Well,
runs the guy out by 2 yards.
Butler sort of made a hero of himself, doing the dive, didn't he? But yeah.
I mean, yes. I mean, it is incredible there, but for the grace of God.
Yeah.
Other little nuggets that I hadn't really sort of thought about. I mean, you sort of synthesise ideas that, again, are a bit inchoate, a bit like trying to get hold of Vince's batting. One of them is around the subject of over practicing, which I found fascinating.
Yeah. I mean, that's interesting because it is a thing. Overlearning, it's called. I didn't really know that much about it, but there are whole books about this. Because if you are a pilot or a surgeon or a musician, you have to learn what you're doing to the point that your worst performance is good enough. So, if you don't want your pilot to be on bad form when you're off to Ghent next week. I'm having a bit of a bad trot. I'm having a bad run behind the controls. You don't want that. So you don't want it with your surgeon.
No.
But obviously in sport, it's and you don't want it with musicians in orchestras. Those guys are amazing. They can do, but.
That's your first example, isn't it?
The orchestras, they say when they're students, their best has to be good enough to get into the orchestra, but when they're professionals, their worst has to be good enough to get into the orchestra. And I sort of made the point, but there's no one in the orchestra, no one trying to destroy the orchestra as they play. There's no one trying to put the conductor off or, whatever. But in sport, if you're a batter, you've got 11 people very much invested in destroying you and ruining your dreams and your life. So it makes it even more difficult. So that's why they practice and practice and practice to make that thing so automatic they can do it under whatever the pressure. And Jason Roy was a great example of that. All those millions of boring hours doing fielding drills, that's what it was for. It was for that one moment when the pressure was at its greatest. I mean, how must he have felt when he sees it hit towards him? His drill took over and he just did what he had to do. And it is like a pilot, hearing that, less significant, but hearing the alarms go, oh, right, I know exactly what to do. This is what I'm going to do. So, it's that concept. But with sport, I think, and Vince admitted that he got into spells of, and loads of batters have, of over-practicing because you think that's the answer. You think, I'm not getting in runs, so what do I need to, I can't be practicing enough. So I'll go and practice more and more and more. And that can play on your psyche, so it's
and Vince feels like the last person you'd imagine would be an over-practicer.
Practice you sort of imagine he just rocks up at 5 to 11,
Which of course can't possibly be true.
No,
because you can't be this good. I mean, what you also talk about, rather movingly, I think, is about this notion, we touched on it a little bit earlier, about what constitutes success when you were saying he's played 55 times for England. These people are incredible outliers. So many of us play cricket. And, we share a pitch with one of them one time. I mean, you've played in the same game as Mark Ramprakash, for example, when he's long retired.
You just...
They're absurd. They exist on another plane.
You can't... I mean, how many people have played Test cricket overall? Is it 2,600 or something? Something like that.
There's about 700 Englishmen.
Yeah, 700 English overall in the world. There's like 3,000 or whatever it is.
In the history of time, from 1877.
So if you're one of those, it's not like you're at the bottom of the pile.
No.
And yet, someone like Vince is regarded as, he wasn't quite good enough. And you say, well, good enough for what?
Yeah, good enough to get an 83 against Australia at Brisbane.
On the first day, of an Ashes series. However diffident he looks, you must have something about you if you can do that. You must have.
And yet, because I felt slightly seen reading your book, because, we're annoying, aren't we, pundits and commentators?
Yeah, because you just say stuff.
Say
there's no consequence.
And also, I suppose, because we're instantly moved into a different context. So our notions of what constitutes failure have to keep moving upwards, because if you're watching, someone like Zach Crawley, getting given loads of opportunities, then you find yourself saying, well, it's ridiculous. How is he getting inside? He's not good enough, blah, 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 blah. When actually he is a very, very good cricketer.
Yeah.
And I remember during that Ashes series in 2017-18, we were commentating at square leg, because everything in Australia is designed to mess up the English. So it turned out that the local police force needed the commentary box directly behind the bowler's arm
Right, of course they
at the
did.
SCG.
Yeah. For security reasons.
That's
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
So we were high up in the Brawongle stand, looking at square leg. And as you can imagine the scene, so you've got batter, stumps, keeper, Vince on strike. And you know it's very, very important actually to be able to see straight down when Vince is batting, because the greatest peril is going to take place in the slips of what the ball's going to do. And sure enough, there was a kerfuffle, there was a noise, there was a big, yay, and off he went. And I just commentated it, said, well, I can't see that, but I suppose he's been out caught at second slip again.
Yeah.
And sure enough, he was, because basically the wicketkeeper was obscuring the second slip. Could see the first slip, couldn't see the second slip, And sure enough,
that's what
up
happened.
it came on the monitor.
Well,
and it was a sort of cynical, tired and easy dig
thing
at
to
James
say.
Vince.
But I mean, it did happen. There's some research from Jared Kimber, the analyst and writer.
Oh yes, on luck,
which I'd nicked for the book. Cheers, Jared. And it's they analysed Vince and they found out two things. And one was that he was dismissed having offered the fewest amount of chances per innings
by quite a margin.
By quite a lot. It was about what he was. I can't remember. He was at 6, and the average was 12 or something.
That's right.
So it tended to be, if he did nick it, someone caught it. He didn't get dropped a lot. He didn't get it in between slip and gully or anything like that. He was just out.
Went catchable height to second slip. It was always good enough to take it.
Yeah, there was that. Allied to the other thing about him was that. Excuse me.
No, you have a little cough. So we're talking about luck or lack of.
I've had this appalling cough all week. Sorry. Jared worked out that he had scored a higher percentage of his runs in boundaries than I think it was almost every batter playing Test cricket, and it was true. So what that meant was he never got off strike. So if he was on strike for an over,
it could be worked over.
Yeah, he would hit a boundary, or might not, but. So his scoring rate was the same as all the other players, but how he scored them was completely different. So, as you know, in international cricket, what they're trying to do is pin you on strike for a whole over. They don't want you off strike because they've got a plan for you, and it's going to take Mitch Starc 6 balls to execute this plan. So that's why he would always get caught second slip, again, because they all knew that was how to get him out, and they all knew he wasn't going to get off strike. So that's what happened. So really, the only way Vince could have probably resolved that was to go off and work out how to get off strike or whatever. But I don't even know. That research might have even been retrospective from Jared, so I don't even know if he knew that was happening while it was happening.
One thing he did know was that he got out a lot playing the cover drive, and you have to admire a book which has a chapter whose title is "The Cover Drive is Decadent and Depraved."
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just that. Of course, it's a straight lift from Hunter Thompson, whose most famous bit of early journalism was called "The Kentucky Derby is Decadent and Depraved." But the cover drive is decadent and depraved. It is one of those shots, that exists at a level of risk that you shouldn't really be playing it unless you're absolutely certain you're going to be able to play it properly. But of course, it's so seductive and it looks so brilliant.
It does, doesn't it? And that's, I mean, the reason why I've waited till the end for this is because I think if we are going to get any semblance of a grip on the slippery nature of Vincinus, it does sort of begin and sort of end with the cover drive, doesn't it?
It does, because that's his shot, isn't it? If you associate a shot with him.
Oh, you see it immediately. Close
I mean, there are compilations of James Vince's cover drives on YouTube. And, other players as well. There are other players like Damien Martin or Lara or, who are particularly associated with that shot. But Vince was destroyed by it more often than they were, but still would never stop playing it, which is the brilliant thing about him. It's like he never had that Tendulkar thing of going, well, I just won't play it then. That's not an option. But I suppose the reverse point I make is, well, what would his game be like if he didn't play it? Well, it wouldn't be as good, would it?
He wouldn't be James Vince.
No, you would need people who are willing to be who they are. And, he has been who he is, for better or worse, which I think is a noble thing in a way.
Are we able, at the end of this, to put on the ledger, because you say the unbearable sadness of batting?
Yeah.
But the flip side of the sadness is the joy.
Yeah.
The joy that he brings. I know that James Vince doesn't care what we think about this.
Well, rightly so.
And absolutely rightly so. But at the end of it, is the ledger on the positive side with James Vince?
I think it has to be.
Does it
because
leaven the sadness?
Because in the end, I mean, I remember interviewing Mark Ramprakash once. All these people, I interviewed them once and never speak to them again. But Ramprakash, and I said to him, what do you remember about that period where you got all those hundreds here at the Oval? You know, when you got 1800s in 2 summers. And he said, I remember moments, I remember shots. You know, that's what he remembered as a sensory thing. And I thought that's all any of us remember, isn't it? Moments or shots. And that's what Vincey gave us. So I will always remember him in that context, you know, of the shots that he gave. I don't really care what his average was. You know, it's irrelevant,
so in a way, really,
he's redeemed. I believe he's redeemed. Yeah.
And all of time and
all of
matter is in just
is in
130.
One book, yeah.
And is in this one book.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
When you said that, I was reminded I did an interview once with Roy Harper. You know, the singer-songwriter.
Cricketer Leaves the Crease. He wrote.
Yeah. Well, he wrote another song, and somebody had writing it. And it was on Test Match Sofa, and said, "Can you ask Roy about this song? Because it's my favourite Roy Harper song." I said, "I can't remember what it's called now," and he said, "Oh yeah, I remember that song." I said, "The correspondent wants to know what it's about." He said, "Oh, that's quite easy. That's about everything that has ever happened in the universe ever." It's 4.5 minutes long, and that's kind of what you mean.
I suppose it is.
It's what the painting means. It's what James Vince means.
It is.
Vinciness, the unbearable sadness of batting, by John Houghton. Can people buy this?
Well, that edition is sold out. So we only did.
Good morning, good afternoon even, everybody. Welcome to the afternoon session, 175.46 Sussex. And just showing real ticker in the second half of that morning session. Plenty more work to be done here for Charlie Tier and Jack Carson, but they've put on a stout stand of 64 unbroken. It looked pretty bleak with 2 wickets in the first hour for Surrey, including the big one of Daniel Hughes nicking off early on in the piece from Jordan Clark to Rory Burns in the slips, who took a good grab. And then Finn Hudson-Prentice, a thin feather to give Sean Abbott his second of the innings. So, with still 65 overs to bowl in the day and 18 until the new ball. Be interesting to see, Yas Rana is with me, whether Surrey stick with their policy of letting Dan Lawrence wheel away from the pavilion end and alternating their seamers from the Vauxhall end, or whether they go pace and pace. How would you go?
I think Lawrence has bowled pretty well, not just today, but across the last couple of weeks. He picked up the really important wicket of John Simpson yesterday evening. They've deployed very aggressive fields for Lawrence and has looked threatening enough, I think. And Surrey this week, they've got 4 frontline seamers rather than 5, so they'll be wary of workloads. Fisher and Abbott have bowled a lot this season, as has Clark. Topley, almost the complete opposite in terms of he's coming back from not having played much red ball cricket at all over the last few years.
That'll be run straight away, and 4 of them. Lovely shot. Jack Carson is in the form of his life. 38 not out, 105 in the first dig. Fabulous shot. It was a long half volley in there to be punched through the covers from Sean Abbott, but he's seeing it well.
Yeah, it was almost as if a flick switched about 30 deliveries into Carson's innings. He took a while to get going, was beaten on his outside edge by Reece Topley a few deliveries in a row, but since then he's looked to be really aggressive, going at more than a runner ball for his last 28 deliveries.
He's got a touch of class with the bat as well. That will run away for 4 more buys, I believe. Yep, 4 buys, all useful stuff, and that deficit, now down to 81, becomes ever more relevant as this game moves through the afternoon. The permutations are clear. Sussex need to get in the black and then push on to a point where Surrey will have to live a little to claim a win later on in the piece. All of that to play out. But these two now, that partnership, 72. Carson, 38 not out. Make that 42 not out. Gorgeous shot on the rise. This is what we've seen. It's once the ball goes soft around these kinds of overs, it's a very, very tidy time to bat. But you've still got to put them away. Glorious shot.
Yeah, brilliant start from Sussex after the lunch break. 12 runs from the first 3 deliveries. I guess there'll be some encouragement for Abbott with that second delivery that, albeit went down for 4 byes, that swung in late. Field change for Surrey. Man drops to the offside boundary.
And make that 4 more. Absolutely beautiful timing. So 3 fours off the bat. 4 extra bits down the leg side. 16 from this first over. After lunch already. We're still with a couple of deliveries to spare as well.
Yeah, not been able to find his line at the start of this second session. 2 balls have been hit through the offside. 4 byes down the leg side, and this one drifting onto Carson's pads. 16 runs straight away. You used the word relevant with the scale of the Sussex deficit at the moment. I think that's exactly right. There was a period after the wicket of Hudson Prentice where Sussex weren't really going anywhere. And at that tempo, they basically needed to bat for the entirety of the day. And that looks like such a big task on paper, but also it meant that Surrey were able to crowd the bat. But as the runs have flowed, the field has spread.
We pick up a single, so he will retain the strike. 17 runs from the first over. 13 of which from the bat of Jack Carson. So, Yazine. I entered the box just before our stint kicked off to hear a conversation between yourself and His Lordship Alistair Brown about spin bowling options for England's Test squad, and you're talking about, I don't want to put words in your mouth, just picked up the back end of the conversation, but essentially a bowler who can offer control, especially in English conditions where you don't get too many raggers and so on, and got to a point where certain names were flying around. Liam Patterson-White was one that you mentioned. What about Jack Carson then, who bowled, I thought, excellently in a containing role on an unhelpful track earlier in the piece, who has simmered, probably it's fair to say, with the ball in the first division, picked up 50 wickets, of course, in the second tier in 2024 to help Sussex get promoted. Picked up, I think, just 24 first-class wickets last year. But is emerging, as one has to these days, as a bowling all-rounder, as we've seen in this game. What chance Jack Carson then?
It's a good question. I think it is incredibly open at the moment. So my starting point would be that I think it is essential that in home test matches, with pitches having played like they have over the last few years, that England have a spinner that they think can reliably toil away at an end and keep a lid on run scoring. There was an issue last summer on the flat pitches at the start of that India series where Bashir, who wasn't in great rhythm, just had to bowl such long spells.
Turned it, just shy of mid-off, off the leading edge, just trying to shovel it into the onside. And for a moment, hearts in mouths. But he fights on.
Yeah, you asked at the start of the previous over whether or not we'd see Dan Lawrence return from the pavilion end. So we've given the ball to Jordan Clark, who's been so impressive in this game. 7 wickets so far. And he very, very nearly strikes second ball after lunch. It's just an extra intensity when Clark's got the ball. So going back to your question, I think having someone who's more reliable at going around about 3 and over across the day is really important at the moment in England. And I think it's really open. I think it could be one of, and I mean this, 8 or 9 candidates who are all compelling for different reasons.
It's interesting that you use the word compelling, because if there are 8 or 9 candidates, then none of them are, surely.
Okay, maybe compelling was the wrong word, but intriguing, how's that?
Yeah.
So let's go through the different types. Will Jacks is the incumbent. He played 4 tests during the Ashes. He's someone who was picked as England acknowledge as much as anything to bolster the batting, which was in many ways a very un-Bazballian way of picking an 11, picking a number 8 and frontline spinner on account of their batting as much as anything else. You've got guys like Liam Dawson and Jack Leach, who are into their mid-30s now. They're steady bowlers. Dawson gives you an option at number 8. Leach has got a pretty good England record. England win a lot of test matches with Leach in the side. Did well under Stokes and McCullum in 2022. Then you've got X-factor option of Rohan Ahmed. Again, someone who could certainly bat as high as 7 in Test cricket. He's got a Test match fifer at the age of 18. And then you've got guys who haven't played either at all or for a very long time. Someone like Mason Crane is currently the joint leading wicket taker in Division 1. And at this early stage of the season, where wickets have been hard to come by for pretty much everyone in the country, his leg spin has been extremely useful for a Glamorgan side who have started the season okay. If they get over the line this week against Hampshire, that's a really, really significant win against another side you'd expect to be closer to the bottom, down the top of the tree come the end of the season. Then you have options like Patterson White and Carson, who've played Lions cricket for England in the past. And I think that 2 slightly different options. Patterson White, left arm spinner. He bats as high as 7 for knots. He's also a very, very good slip fielder. Carson, as much as for what he can do with ball and bat, also quite a feisty character. And I think that's something that's been missing for England for a little bit, certainly over the winter. And he's shown real grit and fight over the 4 days here so far.
That is plumb. He has to go on 48, Jack Carson. It's been a fine stand on the back of that first innings 100, but he's been caught on the crease. And Sean Abbott picks up his second. Utterly adjacent, you fancy. And a huge moment, really, in the context of this cricket match. And indeed, in Surrey's title tilt, they needed that and then some. Carson has to go for a sprightly 70 ball, 48. He's looked busy post-lunch, but he just got trapped with one that nipped back from Sean Abbott. And the umpire's finger was inevitable.
Yeah, Carson absolutely furious with himself on his walk back to the dressing room. He played so well for his 48. Offered admirable resistance alongside Charlie Tier. But big moment that for Surrey. And Sean Abbott, who conceded 17 from his first over after the lunch break. Bang on the money second over though. Pins Carson in front. No real doubt about that decision. Now Surrey 3 wickets away from victory. Although intriguingly, it is Ollie Robinson, the Sussex skipper, who comes out at number 10. A reminder for those of you joining us today that Tom Haynes, the Sussex opener, retired her first ball of the innings after copping a really nasty blow on the grill first up. Sussex head coach Paul Farbrace, talking at the end of play yesterday, said that they would reassess Haynes this morning to determine whether or not he could bat and play a play any further part in the game. I think the fact that we haven't seen him yet suggests we're unlikely to see him from here to the very end. Sussex, of course, have the option of bringing in a substitute, but as Cam was talking about earlier, the most likely candidates may well be playing for the twos at the moment in Horsham. Any further information we have on that, we will, of course, bring it to you as soon as we find out ourselves.
Yeah, the fact that there is no immediate batting substitute to call upon, and that logistically it may be unrealistic for them to find one, does further emphasise how messy this rule currently is. And among the many suggestions to tinker with it, the idea of restricting it only to the first 2 innings of a 4-day game, I think there's a lot of logic to that, a lot of common sense to that. Short of abolishing the idea completely, I think that is a decent middle ground, personally. And then I think clubs and teams can prepare accordingly for it.
Yeah, I guess this one would be slightly different in that this would be under the old concussion rule.
No, for sure. But say that it was a torn hamstring or a busted finger that happens on the third evening of a 4-day game where your second team is elsewhere in the country. Anyway, we're having a nice Monday afternoon, Yas. Let's not ruin it with discussions such as that. Can Surrey push through this afternoon and get it done? Sean Abbott in again. Robinson
shot.
He's in the form of his life with the bat. It was a fabulous 100 he made. Real nonchalance to his stroke play on the first evening, and further evidence of it. He's always been very useful with the bat, more than useful with the bat. Across his truncated England career, there was always that sense that there was a big knock round the corner. Look at that.
He enjoyed that one. I mean, 248 runs at 82 for Ollie Robinson in the championship this year.
Hit hard, straight to mid-wicket on the bounce. Ryan Patel's done well, actually, to prevent that boundary. So Robinson is indicating where he sees this game. Runs are important. Yeah, just looking at his singular, peculiar 20-match Test career, which when you say those numbers, one does feel how many he's left out there. 76 wickets at 22.9. Notoriously good average. But with the bat, just the 150 at an average of 14.6. Better player than that. Ben Stokes, of course, at Edgbaston, day one. Declared Joe Root on 118, but Robinson was 40-odd not out as well at the other end and enjoying himself. One day I'll let that slide. Jordan Clark then. Excellent work by Ollie Pope at backward point. Prevents the boundary.
Yeah, that wicket of Carson was so important for a number of reasons. One, most simply, it is a wicket. They only needed 4 to get the victory. That's a quarter of them done. But there's a danger with the older ball that there was almost too much being left on that opening burst for the second new ball should the game get there. So to get rid of Carson with 15 overs remaining to that point is a big moment. Another point I guess to make, Phil, is that unlike pretty much every other day of cricket here this summer, it has been stubbornly overcast. So that has kept the seamers more interested than usual. And Burns going all seam straight after lunch. That is out, isn't it, Phil?
There are outs and then there are outs. I was about to go on a long spiel about Jack Carson and how he bats just like Marnus Labuschagne. And I'm glad I didn't open my mouth. But anyway, next time you see him in the flesh and he gets a few, have a look. Remarkable similarities in how they set up, in their grip, stance, pushing forward on the front foot. Got on the hook and kept it down nicely. There's Matt Fisher down there at long leg, and good to see him on the park. He did pop off just before lunch. It looked like may have been slightly gingerly, but he seems absolutely fine. May yet be required, of course. So, Ollie Robinson facing up to Jordan Clark. They're going to move Ryan Patel from a short mid-wicket into backward point gully. Very leg side, and Jamie Smith does well to get a glove on that to keep Robinson on strike. Good game taking place at Taunton, Yas. You've been keeping an eye on that?
I have indeed. Yeah, Somerset, who started the summer so well, top of Division 1, 64 for 3, chasing 268. Some pesky Yorkshire low order runs, really frustrating Somerset last night. Scores of 31 from George Hill, 40 from Don Bess, and then 50 from the Aussie overseas, Jai Richardson, who had a stand of 34 for the final wicket that took over an hour with the magnificently named Curtly Jack White. And Yorkshire started really well. George Hill taking 2 early quick wickets, and also Don Bess dismissing Jay Drew for 2.
So, Ollie Robinson, you fancy he's not going to hang around here. It's not his game to block and prod either. Hampshire are on the verge of going down to Glamorgan. Good win that will be for Glamorgan, who are closing in on an innings victory down at Southampton, and Notts beat Leicestershire comfortably enough in the end earlier in the piece by 10 wickets. So after a draw-laden week last week, we are looking likely to get 4 positive results this time round, to a chorus of sighs of relief up and down the land.
Yeah, some proper games too. You know, even though that Notts have won that game up at Grace Road very comfortably in the end, Leicester still scored more than 300 in the first innings. That Yorkshire-Somerset game set for a thrilling finish. Although Somerset actually scoring at under 2 runs and over so far, so maybe that run rate will become slightly troublesome later in the afternoon. A huge win that would be for Glamorgan. They still need to take 2 more wickets, but that would be their first Division 1 victory in 21 years.
There you go. Yeah, double for Kieran Carlson in that one. It really is completely open, the top tier this time round. Hampshire perhaps struggling, but they have at least registered a win. Glamorgan about to. 200 up. 64 still to make Surrey bat again.
The other landmark result not yet confirmed is Kent at home against Derbyshire. Kent have had a really difficult time of it in Division 2 over the last 2 years. And Matt Milnes, who returned to the county in the off-season from Yorkshire, well, he's been on fire this morning. He's got career best figures of 13.5 overs, 6 for 11. Kent 1 wicket away for what would be their first victory in the Championship in more than a year.
Nice looking shot, but doesn't get enough of it. 200 for 7 then. And just 13 overs away from the new ball. Surrey will be feeling very comfortable just at the minute. Charlie Tier, though, has been immovable today. Really impressive. Picked up a duck in the first innings, undone by Matt Fisher, but he's been rock solid through the morning. Some very pleasing shots as well. Very modern technique, very compact. Played within himself, got himself going with that boundary 4 against Matt Fisher early in the day. He's picked up a maiden championship 50. Great to see. Whoa, that is a short one.
What do you mean by a modern technique? Because I thought that about watching Adam Thomas, but I couldn't really work out what I meant by that myself. I just thought that looks modern. That's what the young players look like these days. But
So
what are the differences there between...
Interesting to mention Adam Thomas because he's done some work with a very, very good batting coach who's a friend of mine called Toby Radford, who viewers may know. Toby Radford has worked at international level with West Indies and various other teams, and at franchise level as well, tours the world really. And he's as good a batting coach, batting specialist as there is in the game, certainly in the English game. And he's worked with Adam Thomas, and I saw him put a message out on social media last night after Thomas's fabulous 120 yesterday. And he bats in the Radford vein. More runs for Ollie Robinson, who bats in the Robinson vein. I guess to boil it down, the hands are close into the body and the wrists are cocked with the bat pointing up towards first second slip, but with the tip of the bat almost periscopic, so you are ready to go and you're in, if you like, that boxer's stance where you can rock back or forward without a discernible foot movement shift. Lovely shot for none. Gorgeous shot for none. Lovely cricket all round. Brilliant fielding by Dan Lawrence at short extra.
So how would that differ from someone who's, I don't know, in their 30s or older?
Well, if you look at footage of good players back in 80s, 90s, then the bat would tend to begin at the toe, and then the backlift would take place at around the time that the ball was released. But now the backlift is already up there. So if you look at Charlie Tier, he is in position halfway through Jordan Clark's run-up, not his release. And the term is unweighted. So if the bat is past, if you like, the horizon line, if it's past the horizontal and the tip of the bat is pointing upwards, then it becomes what's known as unweighted. So if you have a look here, on the side, there you go. So that's now unweighted, Joe Root style. And it means that he can play just like that. You just drop the bat onto the ball. It's interesting, though, because if you take, say, Keaton Jennings, who tried to bat in this modern-ish fashion, he felt like he lost his flow, and that when he went back to a more old-school way of doing it, with the bat down by the toe and then you picking it up in rhythm to the bowler's release, then he felt that there was more fluidity in his game. So it doesn't necessarily work for everybody, but you see more and more young players, they bat in this vein, And you saw it yesterday with Thomas.
It's that trigger movement that's right back as well. It's a very modern thing. And I suppose that the theory would be that if you get it all to sync up, it's just a very uncomplicated method.
Yeah, absolutely. And yet, again, one mentions Joe Root, and there was that sense, looking from the side on Charlie Tears, the way that he was feathering the bat before delivery. There's echoes of Joe Root there, but what Joe does, of course, he has a complex series of feet movement to get him into that position. And if you try and copy it, well, you're asking for trouble, because he makes it look easy, but it's anything but. Daniel Lawrence is another interesting case study. He does it in his own way, with his own style, of course. But I remember talking to him when he was back at Essex 3 or 4 years ago, and he was struggling a bit for runs. He'd gone through a fallow few weeks, and he said his trigger movements were extreme. He was getting into all kinds of funny positions. And so the day before a championship game, he said to himself, I'm just going to stand stock still. I'm not going to move at all. I'm going to pick my bat up and stand there. No back and across, no forward press. And he made 130 odd and made another 100 the week after. So some players got a scamper. May have been tight. Robinson seemed like he was on top of things, but then he always gives off that vibe.
I think he was just checking with the umpire there about how close it was.
Email in from Mark. Thanks for the broadcast that you provide to YouTube. I used to travel to the Oval, he says, but I'm afraid arthritis has taken its toll over the years and now is not possible. Keep up the good work. And thanks again to all who are involved in bringing the broadcasts. Well, thank you for watching, Mark. The pleasure is all ours. Lovely shot. The top of the bounce. Controlled top hand punch through the covers. Sibley cleans up, so just a single, but further evidence of a very organised young player. They churn them out, don't they, at Sussex?
Yeah, it's also a good illustration of just how hard it can be for young players making a name for themselves in the game. Tier, a good enough player, he's only 21 now, but he's a good enough player to have been involved in the Sussex first class setup 4 years ago. Hasn't got a game in 3. And Sussex had actually quite a lot of on-field success in Red Bull cricket recently. Promoted to Division 1. Very, very solid season in Division 1 last year. And he's just not been able to get a game. He's played a fair bit of white ball cricket for Scotland.
Keeper bat as well. And I guess with John Simpson moving through the gears into his mid to late 30s and possible upheaval within the first team squad due to the financial strife reality of Sussex CCC, and homegrown player, versatile and a useful gloveman, may well be very useful for Surrey going down the line. Now, in the meantime, these two umpires are looking at this ball, and finally it's looking like it's grown out of shape to the point that they need a replacement. Surrey, you fancy, will not mind this.
And I always love this bit. So I learned a couple of weeks ago that there are labels in those boxes describing the age of the balls that are available to them. But this bit, to me, does not look hugely scientific. And I kind of love it, actually. I kind of love that there's an art form for the umpires picking which ball they should use. But no one can tell me there's a science in what we've seen there.
It's great stuff. What do you think, Graham? Do you think this one will swing? Yeah, I reckon so. That'll do then.
And then the umpire shows the ball to the batter. He goes, yeah, all right.
Batter ball.
That is an old ball. And now we'll say for the next 11.2 overs that this ball is 68.4 overs old.
Yeah.
when in truth, no one has any idea.
Yeah, he was looking for that from the previous delivery. He's got enough on it this time. Entirely deliberate, running off the face. A touch of class by Ollie Robinson. Moves into double figures, and that deficit now just 56. I'm going to slip out. Dan Norcross is going to be with us.
Like Carson before him, Robinson, first inning Centurion, has looked to be positive. He's 12 off 17. Lots of gaps available for the Sussex batters.
He's batting like an absolute god at the moment, Ollie Robinson. He came out his first ball, he punched off the back foot, straight off the middle of the bat to short extra cover. Then he pinged one down the ground. Then he walloped one to short mid-wicket. Looks like we might be getting a change of bowler. Looks like it might be a bit of Topley. 11 overs to go until a second new ball becomes available. I fancy a very important moment in the game. They got the bonus wicket of Carson, and it felt like a bonus, frankly, because the older ball has done next to nothing. Got to change the bowler. It is going to be Reece Topley, powered by SSE Energy Solutions. We're up for the test. Let's reach net zero together.
Let's do it, Dan.
Yes, and only togetherness is going to get us through this. So you kind of sense that I like this move. Fisher needs to be kept fresh. It might have been Lawrence at that end, you might have thought. I mean, Jordan Clark's come off after having bowled, 4 overs in that spell, 3 or 4 overs, so he'd be fresh-ish for a second new ball. Might they switch Lawrence to the Vauxhall end, a shorter-sided boundary? They've preferred using him from the pavilion end. But here is Topley, starting around the wicket. And if you're Sussex here, still got a mountain to climb, but you break this down, and you've got a guy who's in tier. You've got another guy at the other end who got 100 in the first innings, not out. He's not been out in this game. The ball's pinging off the middle of his bat. You're 55 behind. I'd want to get close to, if not up to Surrey in these 11 overs. Because then runs start to count the other side, and the change of innings and all those things. The possibility perhaps of a little bit of weather that may come into the equation. All those things. And the other part of it is both of you want to be in for that new ball.
For sure, and also throw into the mix that we still expect Sussex to be able to use effectively an opening batter.
Yes.
From here on in, either the return of Tom Haines, who we've not had an update on so far today, or a concussion substitute.
Have they got one? Yeah, that's ballooned through. And it is a wide signal by the umpires. It's a couple of over the head height wides we've had from the pavilion end. Every little bit is helping Sussex's scores, but I've just been so impressed by the way Robinson has batted in this match.
It feels like there's been a noticeable trend in Division 1 and the Championship over the last few years of sides having extraordinary batting depth. Robinson
Somerset.
is someone, Somerset, Warwickshire.
That's going to race away for 4, and it's byes signalled. Wayward from Topley, spearing it down the leg side. All these. Let's take a look at this.
Oh no.
No, I don't think he has touched that. Devilishly difficult take for Jamie Smith. Look how far he's gone there. But what Surrey need Topley to do here is kind of bowl dry. Now, Ollie Pope's come into a leg slip. Partly because of this line of attack from Topley coming round the wicket. And he hasn't quite got his line right yet, but he's getting it up around the chest area, looking for a little flicky glove, perhaps.
If they're only 3 wickets away from winning this, Dan, why bowl dry?
Because they've got 10 overs to go to a second new ball. They don't want that figure, which is trail by 49, to come down too much. And because you and I and they have been here time and time again, they've also seen how the old ball has behaved in this match. And they want Fisher and Clark to be fresh enough to be able to go, dare I say it, the great man is not here, but bang, bang.
If they were trying to bowl dry, I would suggest that Dan Lawrence would be the man to do that. He's been pretty economical across the game. Went at just over, or so far in the second innings, just over 3 runs and over. In the first innings, his 12 overs went for just 21. And that 3 and over in the second innings has actually been with very attacking field placings, with 3 men always around the back. Just 3 fielders on the offside, one of those at slip, so not much offside protection at all. And even with all that, he's only gone at 3. So, well, Ryan Patel is going to come into the attack now.
Yep, we have another change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions, a game changer for businesses. Receive renewable electricity from our wind farms and hydro plants. As Cameron Ponsonby lurks, I'm sure very much aware of the great news that 9% of electricity is now being produced by solar in India. No, 9% by solar in India.
I'm going to leave you, Dan, with some news from Taunton.
There's another wicket gone.
Somerset have lost their 4th. Don Best with his 2nd.
Oh.
Somerset 85 for 4.
Well, what a fascinating game's going on there. A fascinating game going on here as Ryan Patel comes back into the attack. He's just bowled the 1 over so far. And, thick edge to the first delivery. A controlled edge up to a point. But I think this is about conserving those resources. 10 overs to be bowled. Cam and I are going to have a thrilling 10 overs trying to see Surrey to that second new ball. Any wicket that goes down in this period will be an absolute bonus for Surrey. Hello, Cam.
Hello, Daniel.
Have you just poured cold water into your tea?
I like to pour cold water into my tea because the boiling water, famously,
yes,
is very hot.
Yeah, well, it can. Yes, famously. Yes. Oh, that's hooped. Straight onto the middle of the bat. And scoots away out to deep extra cover. Good stop out there by Dom Sibley, who's been on the field of play for the vast majority of this match after his mammoth Daddy 100.
He's collecting quite an array of appearances where he could stake a claim to have been on the field for pretty much every single delivery.
Well, he may well bat on all 4 days. Lovely, elegant shot that by Tier. I don't know how much you've seen of Robinson's innings, but I've been waxing lyrical because it's just pinging. I keep saying pinging, but that be because ping it doth.
Well, he's a man in form. A second first-class century. Were you aware that his first... Let me try that one again.
Come on.
His first-class century
Yes.
came in his first ever first-class innings.
No, that I was not aware of. Like Adam Thomas. How old was he? Do you know?
Well, it was 11 years ago. I think it was 2015.
Well, he's about 30 now, isn't he? So would he have been 19? 32. So 21.
There we go.
He didn't bat in first class cricket till he was 21. Late developer.
And if I remember correctly, he had played a couple of like List A games or T20s in a year or two previously.
Right.
But he'd made his big step up to the red ball. And it went very well.
Well, this experiment's not working well for Surrey here, as Robinson has just guided a ball with deftness and touch, elegance and timing down to the deep backward point boundary for 4 more. And it's tough out there. Tough out there for Surrey's bowlers with this old ball. There's a little bit of shape from Patel, but so much time, and Robinson's just picked the spot.
It's shaped from the hand, unfortunately for Surrey. So Robinson able to just follow it along the way as it drifts away from him, and he can ping the ball through backward point.
Yep.
That wasn't a ping, I think.
That wasn't a ping. That
was a guide.
It was a guide, yeah. A stroke.
I guess everything's a stroke to some respect.
Sometimes, but I do think that a punch is not a stroke.
That wasn't a stroke, that play and miss. It was an attempted stroke.
So the ball has to hit the bat to stroke, does it, for you?
223 for 7.
What stroke was he playing, one might reasonably ask, to a ball that misses a bat?
I heard an exasperated sigh from behind me, so we can move on.
Don't worry, he's not here now. We can say what we like. He's got work to do. Slightly chillier today, as you can see from the garb. I saw some very hopeful shorts on the tube as I walked in and thought there's a couple of pairs there. 3, actually. Covering many ages, that group. As Topley will continue. Are you surprised we're not seeing Lawrence at this stage with the old ball, or do you think it's like 2 or 3 overs from Topley just to see? Because otherwise, if you go Lawrence and Patel, you really are sitting in, aren't you, in a way?
I guess I'm not surprised to see Reece Topley at this stage. I guess you could absolutely bowl Dan Lawrence rather than Ryan Patel. But even Patel, at his pace, he was getting the ball to shape around.
Yeah. Really difficult takes that Jamie Smith's having to effect off Reece Topley at the moment, because the angle he's spearing it in at. There is a leg slip in there, and there is a sort of hint that Topley's looking for that glove, sort of waist high, slightly higher than that, perhaps.
Well, it's a slightly different challenge to present the Sussex batters with. Got a 4-5, even 3-6 field.
Oh, now that's hostile. To get it up that high with an old ball takes a bit of doing. What have you spotted, Cam?
Well, I was lying to the audience when I said it was a 3-6, because Ryan Patel is placed almost
uppercut for the uppercut.
At as deep a first slip as possible. He's on the boundary, but he's too.
Oh, he is.
He's too narrow, too fine to be considered a deep third. You see that?
Oh, and that's got right up in the armpit area. He's not the tallest man here, but he's negotiated it well enough. He's worn it. Shot. So having been forced back, he's still been alive to the full ball. A bit of rather ragged relay fielding saves a run in the end. By the way, Mark's been in touch, who thanks us for our broadcast that we provide to YouTube. Unfortunately, he's struggling to travel to the Oval because of his arthritis at the moment, but he's enjoying the good work that we do. As we see this pretty decent effort, he's not quite... we've got a cameraman there. Yeah, well, we must have, because it's quite a close-up. So, yeah.
Those aren't your eyes, Daniel.
No. Very good point. I've just seen our cameraman. He's by the Kia Oval sign. Mercifully, he's behind the advertising hoardings, so he probably would have survived, even if the fielder slid beyond the rope. Another short one, another dive from Jamie Smith.
We've seen a short leg in action for these final 2 balls of the over. Wonder if Sussex are thinking, with these 8.1 overs that remain until the new ball,
getting on with it, I would think.
Whether there is an element of, can we get
up to and beyond?
You can only really hope for 40 runs at most.
Another short ball, ducked well by Robinson. Another over ticks by. Andrew has been in touch. At lunch on day 1 of this game, I feared Surrey may incur penalty points due to the pitch, but batting appeared to dramatically improve. Was this just down to poor batting and good bowling in the first session, or was there a change in conditions? There was a change in conditions, as was sort of seeded again in this innings, actually. Early wickets falling and being really difficult to bat against the new ball, and then getting much, much easier as the ball's got softer. It's definitely a new ball pitch, but also the grass on the pitch in the first session just started to melt away, burn away as the sun came out. But I think Sussex's coach, Paul Farbrace, spoke again last night about the way Sussex had batted on the first day, and he was not happy with a few of the shots. Felt that they should have made a better fist of that first session. So there's a bit of both, as there always is in cricket. It's sort of combination of pitch, ball, bowling and batter. You've sort of got 4 elements, and it's very rare that there is just the one element, like the pitch, that's the issue. There's often, we've got 2 covers there, by the way, because Ryan Patel is bowling it full and Robinson's happy to play the drive, and they're there in catching positions for this. Robinson, though, so far has been careful to hit along the ground. You see those 2 fielders there almost forming a kind of slip cordon at extra cover. Pope takes a step to his left. But it's been a pattern we've seen quite a lot this season. Things being a bit more challenging first up and then getting easier and easier. Very difficult to get wickets on the last day. Look at Surrey today. They've kept going well, but Sussex scored as part of 150 for 3 with what is effectively their lower order, because number 7 was in when they started. Numbers 8, 9 and now 10. And Ollie Robinson doing a really good job. You really do feel as that's been carved away. It should be 4 more. It will be. Too much width, a little bit too short. Robinson's played that shot a couple of times now with great acuity. Brings the deficit down to just 33 runs.
Well, Ollie Robinson is making Ryan Patel's medium pacers look very gentle currently. Jamie Smith is not up to the stumps, so Robinson happy to use his feet, walk down the track to Ryan Patel, who is effectively, and that was short and wide, but is effectively just trying to hoop the ball up there nice and full and bring the edges and those catching covers into play.
Oh, now where's that gone? Absolutely hammered. Out over deep mid-wicket for 4 more. So he drops a trifle short. And if we see this again, I think you'll see Robinson moving across his stumps, almost anticipating, deciding he's going to play that shot. He's been able to stay leg side of the ball and cut, but when a deep third went in, or deep backward point, he went, okay, well, the gap's over mid-wicket. You see where he takes that from. He's taken a big stride across his stumps. He's seeing it like a football. And here's another one that's been carved. They're going to come back for a second. I think the Patel experiment may come to an end shortly. And it may be time for a bit of Dan Lawrence to take over. 237 for 7, the deficit just 27. What have you spotted?
Well, we're still bowling with Ryan Patel here.
Even though the over felt like it was over. And the scoreboard thought the over was over.
And the umpires have now agreed that the over is over.
Yes. The scoreboards, I find, are quite helpful for that. I mean, the fact that they go 0.1, 0.2, etc.
On the topic of the pitch and the combination of factors that come into wickets tumbling, I think the Sussex team, I can imagine them feeling a bit confused at the last 3.5 days, because their opponents, Surrey, have scored 600. So you can't really make a case that, well, the pitch was doing all sorts and it was impossible out there. But at the same time, lots of the Sussex team will be sporting bruises from this week.
Yes.
We've seen the ball leap around, especially the new ball. Almost actually, I'll change that to almost exclusively the new ball.
The new ball bruises.
The new ball bruises have been frequent.
And bruisy.
And bruisy.
You see that line again from Topley's. Definite plan. Cam's already mentioned this. There's 3 on the offside. There's a long leg, deep square leg. A leg slip, short leg for the short ball. Topley's not quite got it right yet. He has won when Tier was struck. Not even really trying to avoid it, just wearing it. That was hostile and at the batter, but for the most part, Tier's been able to get out of the way. Oh, he's got him! Chop on, short ball, 8th wicket goes down, Tier goes, Topley with the wicket. And Surrey now, well, are they 1 wicket away? Are they 2 wickets away from recording their first victory? And that is a big wicket because Tier has been batting there all day. Topley banging it in short. This one reared up again. Tier trying to punch it off the back foot, drags it back onto middle stump, which is flattened. And that is a very big breakthrough before a second new ball becomes available.
Well, it's that angle that Topley has been pursuing throughout. It just keeps cramping Tier for room. So when he's looking to punch that ball into the offside, it follows the right-hander, an inside edge, crashes into middle stump. Big celebrations from Surrey. They wouldn't have been concerned yet, but with every wicket, an outburst of emotion that takes them closer to a first victory of the season.
Tom Haynes has come back out to bat. So he came off the pitch after the very first ball of this second innings when he was clocked on the grill by Matt Fisher. And they've held him back and held him back, but Sussex have got themselves into a position. They've got a long way to go. They are going to still struggle massively to save this game, but Haynes has come back out. So Surrey will need 2 more wickets. And it's an opening batter, batting with a man at the other end who's got a century in this game and is batting fluently.
Something I noticed in the celebrations.
Yes.
I noticed debutant Adam Thomas giving his teammate Reece Topley an encouraging pat on the backside. I thought that was a statement of intent from a debutant.
Right. Here's Haynes facing his second ball. It's one of those. Oh, that's a beauty. Totally different line of attack now that Topley's got a new batter and a left-hander to bowl to. So the field has changed completely. 2 slips in, short extra, mid-off, deep backward point and a deep third. There are 2 men out on the short ball just in case. Haynes has been hit on the head and he came very close. I mean, that was a beautiful ball. And Jamie Smith struggling to take that as it's wobbled. Didn't just...
That's almost seamed in mid-air.
Seamed in mid-air. It's almost an impossible thing to do. Off the pads. I think we could... It's one of these times when you get a really bizarre scorecard. Another thing I'd really love to see is a scorecard because you see an opening batter on 0 not out. And 8 wickets having fallen.
And 238 runs being scored.
On the board, yes. Now the field will change again for Robinson. Let's take a look at that last ball.
You're going to see the ball. Has that taken Haynes' back pad or something? It looks bizarre how much that ball has flown to Jamie Smith's left. There you go. You can see it breaking, wobbling once it's past the batter.
Yeah, swung. It's not a great ball to get first up, is it? Not much fun. This is good stuff from Haynes. Sussex are not going to go down without forcing Surrey to take all 10 wickets.
I'm interested by how fit Tom Haynes is feeling, really, because you assume that if he was at 100%, he wouldn't have waited until number 10 to come in.
Little flash at that. His feet aren't moving yet, are they? End of the over. A wicket taking over for Topley and for Surrey. 2:39 for 8. 6 overs before a new ball becomes available. You can bet your bottom dollar it'll be taken. And I wonder if we're going to see a change of bowler here now. We are. It's going to be Dan Lawrence who's going to come into the attack. Our changes of bowler are powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Stay ahead of the game. Implement a winning sustainability strategy. You'd be crazy not to, Cam. Do you have a winning sustainability strategy?
I have a losing one. That's because I haven't been using SSE Energy Solutions.
Right.
We always work it out here on the Surrey live stream.
Now, it looks like Lawrence is going to do the old round the wicket play. Try to bring the ball back into the pads of Robinson. Who's out in the boundary? The deep extra, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square and a long on. Punch up to mid-off. So what's Robinson's plan here now? I mean, he's got a proper batter with him at the other end. Surrey will be strongly thinking one more wicket. I still think we're going to reach that second new ball. So Surrey will be able to keep Topley on, I think, from the far end. Lawrence, I'd imagine, will bowl 3 overs from the Vauxhall end, assuming the 2 wickets don't fall, and then it will be Jordan Clark and Matt Fisher.
Well, I must admit I'm surprised we're seeing Tom Haynes batting here.
Why?
Well, you can only assume he's not 100% if he's at number 10.
Well, he can't be concussed. He can't be, because they take these protocols very, very seriously. If he was concussed, there would be a concussion substitute. Paul Farbrace was very strong on this point, so they must have assessed him and decided he's not concussed. You're then asking the question, well, why didn't he come out earlier? I understand that. That might have to wait for some, Scoop Scott Robinson talking later. You have to get out there and wave your microphone in his face. It's all done with phones these days, Grandad. We talked about a microphone.
It does have a microphone in the phone.
Has it? Yeah, but you can't see it. It's not as fun, is it? Sticking a rectangular blob in someone's face. Oh, that's close. But it's going to pitch outside leg, I fancy. Struck him in front. But when we see this again, fairly sure this will have pitched outside leg. It was quite flat, delivered from very wide. Yes.
Hitting the stumps.
Hitting the stumps.
His leg was before the wicket.
It was.
But just not in the series of events required for a dismissal.
Elegantly put, Cam. Takes the single to keep strike. It's almost like he's protecting Haynes a touch here. He moves to 31. 242 for 8. The deficit 22. Time for some more Phil Walker to take you through the next half an hour alongside Cam Ponsonby.
Well, 5 more overs until the new ball arrives. Reece Topley to continue from the pavilion end. His first wicket of the match, I believe. That of Charlie Tier. And it's left Surrey 2 wickets away.
He's bowled a hostile spell here. It's been good. Really running in hard. He's found some rhythm. Been searching for it across this game and in his earlier appearance this year. Just his second red ball game in 4 years for Reece Topley, but he's looking the part here. Goes high and long and into space. 1 bounce 4, straight over the keeper's head. Robinson's just going to swing for the hills here, as well he might. The equation for Sussex has to be that they bat for 30 overs, these two, but they bat with an awareness of the score as well at 4 and over, and then see where they get to. That has to be the game.
Well, Sean Abbott has just replaced Ryan Patel at deep third, and Ryan Patel was much, much finer. Sean Abbott is now continuing to effectively go into a backstop position. Had he been there the ball before, might have been a different outcome.
Leg side. Robinson just pushes himself inside that. So, you fancy that 3 or 4 of these 6 deliveries are going to be banged in, and to play on the ego with 2 men out, as we say, probably 3 when you count Abbott down there at almost a backstop for the top edge. Short leg as well. Ollie Pope round the corner at leg slip. And there is another one. What they do have this time around that they didn't have in the first innings is a fielder at mid-on. And against Robinson, they tried this on the first evening, and he simply shifted that front leg out the way, opened up the chest, and just flat pummeled it back where the bowler had delivered. We shall see. Ollie Pope now moves out through 3/4, maybe even 80% out towards the boundary, long leg. Pick up a single into the offside, easy as you like.
So just Henry Crocombe to come for Sussex. We do have this bizarre situation where Tom Haynes, arguably Sussex's premier batter, has joined as skipper at the crease. And Ollie Robinson is in fine form both today and of this week.
Pulls out of that attempted pull shot. We have an email which is just being sent our way via our producer with the title Dominic brackets hell of a story ... I hesitate to find out what's going on here. Let's just focus on this Topley spell just for the moment. Broken the back of Charlie Tier's resistance in the previous over, and he's got a head of steam up here. Plays inside that, Tom Haynes. 76 gone with this ball. So, or with the combination of the 2 balls after it was replaced about half an hour ago. 4 to go then before the new one is available, and 51 overs still in the day. My sister, writes Dominic, always seems to have a habit of witnessing slightly bizarre food stories at the Kia Oval. Today's highlight was in the members' pavilion, where she witnessed a chap eating a whole cucumber dipped into a pot of tara masalata.
You couldn't write it.
My guy. A whole cucumber in one, perhaps?
I think that was my initial, not even initial, immediate question.
Yeah.
Is this a chopped up cucumber, or is this a take as it comes?
You think in the members' pavilion, a higher form of clientele, that they'd be
in the SSE Energy Solutions stand,
that cucumber, right? They'd be dicing it, surely. Down here among us lot, down at the JM Finn stand, we're taking the cucumbers all in. Maybe a bit of carrot in there as well.
Been a global shortage of tara masalata, I'll have you know.
I read about this.
Yeah?
Yeah, due to overfishing.
Was it really?
Yeah.
I just remember going into saying, I reckon about once every 3 years I decide I fancy it. And then on the one time, on my 2024 or 25 search for it, couldn't find it.
They say nurses have it tough, eh?
I know. Hopefully by 2028, we'll all be back to normal.
248 for 8 here. 16 runs still needed for Sussex to force Surrey to strap them on again. Can they get there? Stranger things have happened. Ollie Robinson's batting like George Headley reincarnate out there. And Tom Haynes is a proven top quality county player. You never know, do you? At 12 minutes to 3 on the final afternoon. Bit of bad light may yet come into play later in the piece. Who knows? First shot in anger for the match by Tom Haynes. Picked up a duck, of course, on the first morning.
It's going to be a difficult period for Tom Haynes, having to regather himself after the blow he took yesterday.
Oh, gone on with the arm, beautifully bowled. That's the dream for the right arm off-break bowler from around the wicket. Echoes of Tim May, the great old Australian from back in the day. Beaten all ends up. Another one ticks by. 15 runs still needed to get Surrey back in again. 3 to go before the new one.
No, it's just coming wide on the crease. Creasing that angle, the ball slides on. Gets a nod of acknowledgement from Ollie Robinson.
Tail is up here, Reece Topley's been impressive this. He's looked slightly diffident across the game here and there, but he's right in the scrap now, bowling a sharp spell. Really good to see. It's great to see him in the whites full stop. Thought these days may have gone, but he's showing great willingness to get stuck in. Now that's a shot and a half. What a piece of timing on the up. We've missed him in this game, Tom Haynes, but there is a touch of real brilliance. A shot to stick in the mind, Cameron.
Well, he's been playing a shotter ball so far this second innings, and that is length, back of. And he stood up on that delivery and punched it through the offside.
Wow, what a piece of work that is. That's a stunner. Turn him around, look at that. Look how far that's flown as well off the edge. Bowling with real venom here. Let's have that one again, Mark. That shot. Look that for. Purely to indulge me, Cameron, I've asked our producer just to show us that shot on the up once more. One of the shots of the match.
You talk through your thoughts and feelings when it comes back around, as it happens.
Well, what I will say is that the really good players, they take the ball at the top of the bounce and they tend to hit slightly straighter than players with slightly less talent. To take that ball through extra cover as a left-hander, to take it early and right at the top of the bounce. Oh, that may have been off the glove, you know. If not, then perhaps just the jersey, but something was on it for sure. Oh, he's given byes. Okay.
I thought it must have taken something because it seemed to slow down on its way to Jamie Smith. We'll just see on the replay here.
I mean, clearly it's taken something, but hey-ho. We move on. I think that was the glove, you know, Cameron. Certainly something.
I'll agree to disagree. I thought maybe a bit of jumper.
Okay, fine. Certainly something. Anyway, by the by. So with this ball 77.4 overs old, Reece Topley's enjoying himself here with the old one. Getting some real nip. Bonus wicket, really, to pick up Charlie Tier. Just beating for pace, really, on the back foot punch. This ball's doing a lot. Oh, and again, inconvenience by the short one. Real pace. Tom Haynes gets something on it, thankfully. Off the glove. Popped up to where short leg would have been. An uncomfortable moment for him.
Well, another short delivery to Haynes here. He looks in real discomfort there.
Okay. Uncomfortable moments for the Sussex opener. But he's still there, 8 not out. Ollie Robinson, 37, 256 for 8, 78 gone.
No, I must admit, Phil, there's an element of discomfort watching on from here. The player who struck in quite dramatic, gruesome fashion in the helmet yesterday. Hasn't been fit enough to bat higher up the order. He's now back in a day later. Concussion. Sussex have said he's not concussed. Medical professionals have done their job. But even just from a personal level, him having to go back out there, face in 2 overs the new ball again. It's a difficult situation.
I hear what you're saying. Yeah. Just on a visceral level, it can be an uncomfortable watch. Change of bowler, powered, of course, by SSE Energy Solutions, your business energy partner. Matt Fisher in, beats him all ends up straight away. Jaffo, he's been, along with Jordan Clark, the bowler of the match for mine. He's been excellent with new ball and old. Picked up 2 for in this innings, in his first over, of course, last night. Just holds its line as well. Swings slightly back in and then nips away. That is a beauty. This ball, since the change, is serving the seam as well.
Haynes takes himself for a walk. Made contact with that delivery.
Airborne, but shy of mid-off. Wasn't in control of that. Doesn't look entirely at ease out there, does Tom Haynes. Just trying to compose himself. Worth re-emphasising that this decision would not have been taken lightly by the medical staff. Taking that tidily off the pads. Round the corner for a single. So Sussex trail by just 7. Still seems like a long way off to even get to a point where you can consider yourselves in a position to save this game, but they keep scrapping on. They have to believe, they have to envision a way through this.
That ball just scuttled along the ground through to Jamie Smith, who I think's taken a bit of a blow in the process, just on the calf.
Robinson's been imperious with the bat all game. Remarkable cricketer, really. So, Matt Fisher's first over, back in his 4th spell of the innings. Perhaps a warm-up over ahead of taking that new ball, which will be available for the start of his second over, next over, assuming that he gets the nod. 79 bowled now, so one more to get through with Topley, who's getting the old one to talk, and then you assume they will unveil the ball that should get this game done. They've fought hard today, though, of Sussex. All power to them. Felt like a forlorn state of affairs when they turned up here this morning, but Paul Farbrace had made the rallying cry last night. And in the main, his batters have knuckled down, stuck at it, and made it awkward for the home side here. Can they keep it going? It's not the shot. He's certainly going to look to play expansively through the offside, and wonder if Ollie Pope may just move one more. In fact, he is, yeah, moving Daniel Lawrence finer. And now he's moving himself back again. There you go, right. It's more of a backward point, Daniel Lawrence. All change here. Ryan Patel's now coming up from deep third, also into the grabbers. It's a good move by Rory Burns.
Better on that occasion from Tom Haynes, able to get in behind it. Just 4 more deliveries until that new ball will come. And that'll present a new challenge for both these batters. We've seen the new ball behave very dramatically on this surface throughout the fixture.
Oh, again. Appreciable movement away from the left-hander. This is a fabulous spell. A statement spell by Reece Topley. You fancy that his role in this Red Bull team across the course of the year, we're going to see a lot more of him, as may we might. Doesn't matter whether it's the 79th, 80th over with an old one or not, he's getting it to talk. Amazing how it suddenly just all clicks. Short one, and he's not in control of that hook shot. Testing times, to say the least here.
Well, Haynes is having a tough time out in the middle at the moment. 4 balls in this over. He's played and missed at 3 of them by a large margin.
And another, my word. What a spell. Turned him inside out. So, final delivery of Topley's 12th. This mini spell, changing the course of the afternoon. Can he make it count here? Tom Haynes hanging in there and gets bat on ball and retain the strike. Excellent stuff. Crowd acknowledging Reece Topley's efforts. Cameron Ponsonby slips out. Ali Brown joins us. So you take it immediately, would you, the new ball?
I don't know, it's an interesting one because it has changed.
Certainly has.
Questions. So, yeah, I would. Well, I think they are taking it, but the last few overs have produced quite a few balls past the bat, but it's gone.
Yeah, they have gone for the jugular, as one suspected they probably would. Matt Fisher with the new one has been lethal all game. Feel a bit for Tom Haynes here. It was against Matt Fisher that he incurred that blow right at the start of this innings. Picked up a duck as well in the first. He's got to dig deep. That'll be 4. Only 2 slips. So, Sussex trailing now by just 2 runs.
There's a good chance they've got to bat for a further 30, I'd imagine.
Yeah, so to bowl 46 after this. It's well bowled and well played. So, Matt Fisher with that natural angle away from the right-hander has Ollie Robinson now in his sights.
He's looked pretty good, hasn't he, Ollie Robinson?
He's looked fabulous. He's looked across the course of the game. That 100 he hit was all class, really. We were saying earlier, Ali, that a test average with the bat of just 14 does not do justice to his talent. Matt Fisher looking for the big booming away swinger. If you like, the magic ball. The middle and leg swinging away, taking the top of off. Just started slightly too leg side, but you can see the thinking.
He's got a presence at the crease as well, hasn't he? A bit Sibley-esque. Sort of tall, well-balanced cricketer. We could throw the Sussex lineup in the randomiser, couldn't you? And just wouldn't look out of place.
Yeah, indeed that. And if in the final analysis they do go down in this game, Sussex, then they will look at basically a middle order that's been blown away twice. 3 ducks in the first innings, 2 more in the second. So that's 5 ducks across the 2 innings and all in the top 7. Very quiet game for James Coles with the bat. Very quiet game for John Simpson too. Perhaps the first false shot that Ollie Robinson's played. Just a tempter. He just loses his shape, throws his head back in frustration. He's played well within himself.
Just bowled some excellent lengths, haven't they? Lured in. There've been quite a few wafts outside the off stump. Not so much from Ollie Robinson, but a few in there that have caused alarm. But I think Surrey have bowled very well on this wicket.
Solid shot, but straight to Dom Sibley. First over then with the new one is negotiated comfortably enough. So who will it be? We wait. I imagine it'll be Jordan Clark, who's done most of the damage. So there are the breakdowns of the partnerships in this second innings. Nothing to speak of up top. A flurry of 20s and 30s in the middle, and then 82, 44 and unbeaten 26. Echoes of the first dig. Jordan Clark it is then, powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Bowl out carbon emissions and set your business on a winning streak with renewable energy. He has 7 in the match. What a spell that was in the first morning. 5 for 16 in 7 overs. Unplayable he was. He's going to stay over the wicket just for now to the left-hander. Quite unusual for Clark, who prefers normally to go round. 3 slips.
I really like the move to third slip. I was just thinking, can they get a third slip in? I feel if he hits the wicket in the right place, I think the slip cordon are in play.
Looking a bit more comfortable now at the crease is Tom Haynes.
I think bar the short ball, I thought he's looked pretty solid. I mean, the drive through the covers was
Classic.
as good as you get.
Yeah.
So I can't see that he doesn't look in any trouble. But yeah, anyone can get caught out by a short ball that they don't expect.
No bouncer used yet by Jordan Clark. Content just to work away just back of a length and outside the off stump.
I don't think you need to be too predictable with the short ball either. It's like you'll know it's coming at some point.
Good work here by Tom Haynes, getting right in behind it. Fair play to him. Couldn't have been easy walking out there this afternoon.
And they fought very hard, didn't they, Sussex? And they've built some good partnerships.
Yeah, it's what Firebrace asked for, and in the main what they've delivered today. Indeterminate poke though, outside off stump, that's the one. He's bowled with real pace and venom throughout this game. Jordan Clark, he never drops his pace. That 5 foot. We'll have a look at that at the end of this over. Really did pull the guts out of Sussex. Absolutely fabulous. Again, just another mini example of why so many good pundits are excited about Tom Haynes. He has that touch of real, unusual class. Alistair Brown, doff your cap, sir.
Well, he's hit 2 of those, and they've been as good as you'll see.
Yeah.
He does look, when it goes short, he does get sort of a bit planted on the back foot.
Okay, Daniel Norcross is bounding in to take over a half hour before tea. We'll see what we get.
So Sussex have taken the lead. Surrey will have to bat. They still have 2 more wickets to get. And there's more runs there. That'll be 4 more of them. If it's a really small target that Surrey need, if indeed they manage to bowl Sussex out, I would like to see James Coles bowl the first ball. He's on a hat-trick.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, would he want to bowl it here, or would he want to bowl it in
No. You cannot have a hat-trick over 2 matches. Let's be absolutely clear about that, Ali. I'm not having that. Jared Kimber's dad thinks he's got a hat-trick across 2 matches. It does not count. It's a good diving take by Jamie Smith. He's been made to hurl himself about today. Given it's his first outing as a keeper this season, he's been put through his paces, you'd say.
Yeah, especially down the leg side.
Hasn't dropped one yet, I don't think. But
no. So you're saying what Coles would like is that Surrey need to get 20 off 2 overs or something like that, or
well, it won't
it
be
come
that,
down
will
to
it?
something like that. And then he comes on caught in the deep.
Oh, I see. Yeah, further on into the innings. Yes, well, that's also a possibility. It's well played again by Robinson. He's batted superbly in this innings and in the first innings. Surrey haven't dismissed him yet. He's got 142 runs to his name. Can't be many times in number 10s. 142 not out over 2 innings.
Yeah, but he's not really number 10, is he? I mean,
it doesn't look like it. No.
on the evidence of the last few days, he looks. You could put him at 7 or 8 quite comfortably, couldn't you?
He's batted a date for England, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Very nearly saved the game with Joss Buttler against a rampant Jasprit Bumrah and co at Lords. 5 years ago now. It's half an hour to go till tea or so. 26 minutes. In the event of Surrey taking a wicket on the last day, they still get to elongate the session, because normally tea is sacred on the last day. But I'm not sure if size 9 down. We'll find out. Or not.
So what's that, 8 overs? So 8 overs if it's 9.
I think so, something like that,
down,
yeah.
I think you get half an hour.
Yeah. Rory Burns still not super attacking. There's no third slip in place, and very early on in Fisher's first over with the new ball, he did get an edge from Haynes that went through in that direction. Now a deep fielder's going out to deep square leg with
That
one ball left.
That doesn't always mean the short ball, though, does it?
No. It's not really Fisher's baggage, the short ball particularly, especially when he's got a new ball in his hand. There is a deep cover, a deep square leg and a long leg. Those are 3 boundary riders. Not tempted by the wide one, so another over ticks by. 44 remain in the day from a Sussex point of view. 30 odd overs said need to bat if we don't get any rain. We'll have a look at Jordan Clark from earlier today. Earlier in the match, this looks like. The sun was out. Picking up those 5 wickets in double quick fashion. This is all the way back on day 1. Not a great shot there. Playing right across the line. Spectacular dismissal as the bails flew. Edge through to the keeper. He was irresistible on that first morning. He's picked up 7 in the match. Couple in this innings as well. Vital wickets, but Surrey will not rest easy until they have broken the back of this Sussex resistance, who have fought gamely throughout this match. That's gone through really low to Smith. And that's been one of the things that's been so tough for him, because we have had some that have flown through. There was one earlier today when Smith basically had to parry it. It shot through high, and then getting some that are keeping low. I don't think there's any concerns about the pitch as such, since 880 runs were scored in the first innings. We're up to 1,152. With only 27 wickets having fallen. So I don't think anyone's going to be putting in a report to the pitch inspector, but
I think it's a really good pitch, actually.
yeah, you like this one?
I do. Well, I think it's a good cricket wicket. I think enough's happened. I think, it started off very green on the first day, but I think it's been a very good wicket. I think that's probably what led to some of the dismissals, the Sussex dismissals, thinking it was probably going to do more than it actually did, because you saw those first 5 with Jordan Clark, and you felt that probably 4 of them were, you could look back and go,
batter error.
Well, a couple of helicopter shots.
Yeah.
And sometimes you just got to give the pitch a little bit more, time to see what it's like. But obviously the look of it, you think, well, it's going to do plenty. But
especially here, Ali, as well, where you know that first session can be perilous, and you also know, if you watch any cricket here, that it does ease, doesn't it?
Yeah,
as you go through that first day.
Sides do obviously win the toss and field, but the wickets have been better than they look at times, and I think they start green, and as you play on them more, they get lighter in colour. But I still think it's led to good cricket, and you need to have opportunities to take wickets. And I think in some of the previous games, it's just been a little bit low. This has had a bit more carry, which has been good, and the bowlers would love to see that. And back in the day, it used to fly through, which was ideal. But they don't do it so much these days. But this wicket certainly carried enough.
Oh, he's got him, has he? Yes, he has. He's got the edge. It's a 9th wicket. Robinson finally dismissed in this match after a really gutsy 42, but it's Jordan Clark, Surrey's bowler of the match, who's made the breakthrough with the new ball. Robinson goes for 42. Sussex lead by just 8 And they're now 9 wickets down.
Perfect line of length. And they'll be thrilled to see the back of Robinson, who's looked fantastic in both innings. Just a little bit away from him, and they'll be very happy to see the back of him.
Had to play at it, I think. I mean, on the angle. Difficult to leave that one, isn't it?
Well, he's been very positive. I wouldn't say that's as loose as some of the shots earlier in the game, but he's played exceptionally well for his 100 in the first innings and looked excellent here for his 42 and 59. So you've still got to be positive because you are slightly ahead. You lead by 8. Can you make that 30, 40, 50? But Sussex with only 1 wicket left, I think Surrey would be delighted to see the back of Robinson.
Henry Crocombe walks out at number 11. He had a very brief stint in the first innings. He was left high and dry by his captain, 100 short of his maiden first-class 100, when he decided that he was going to declare brutally on him late on the first day. He's got an opening batter with him. We've got this absolutely fabulous scorecard. I never get the scorecard up because obviously it's because of what happened to Tom Haynes yesterday off the first ball of the match. But you've got this opening batter who's 19 not out at the top. He could very easily end up in this scorecard 19 not out, and he will confuse scorecard watchers for years to come because it will look like he's carried his bat. But
well, that happened. I think that happened in a final, Surrey versus Hampshire. Which would have been 1990, something like that. I think John Robinson opened the batting. He got injured and went off, and I think he came back and top of the innings he scored 5 not out. I think was the end result, something around that. But we're going back. I was actually 12th man for that fixture. So but he was injured early on and would have confused you then.
Another over passes, but a wicket-taking one. And for those of you who may not be too familiar with Henry Crocombe's prowess with the bat, he averages a non-shabby 10.2 for a number 11. That's not too bad. We're not talking rabbit territory. We're certainly not talking ferret territory. Just talking, I think that's a tail ender. That is, dare I say it, Ali, that is a man who can hold a bat. He's also got a first-class 50.
Who are your favourite number 11s?
Oh, well, it goes without saying. It's the great Yas Rana from Bangladesh, who's broken the world record recently for the most number of consecutive scoreless knocks. 19 scoreless knocks, included 12 out ducks, 7 unbeaten ducks. In a test career that has yielded, at one point, 23 runs across something like 25, 30 innings, he actually scored 11 of them off 3 balls delivered by Jasprit Bumrah, which I would hazard is the highest percentage of runs that anybody has got against the number 1 bowler in the world as a percentage of their overall test career. Yas Rana, he's matchless. Ebadot Hussain from Bangladesh used to be my favourite. But and now he's a very brisk bowler. I think was it Jonathan Trott said the other, or may not have been Trott, but somebody was saying that Bangladesh's main strength at the moment is fast bowling, which you certainly don't associate with them. You know, you think of your Shakib Al Hassans and the like as their sort of main potency, but of late they've uncovered a few really decent quick bowlers, and they're proper quick bowlers who actually cannot hold a bat. It goes after that a bit flat-footedly. Haynes in this innings, he's bravely come out to bat, but he's not looked overly comfortable. The ball has beaten his bat many, many times. Reece Topley had him in all sorts of bother earlier on in what was a hostile and probing spell. But he is still there, and he's still giving Sussex hope. The weather forecast is changeable. We're hoping that we're going to be okay, but it has been grey all day. That's been thrashed, but there is a man at deep cover. There's no thought from Haynes of protecting Crocombe. So Crocombe will face the last couple of balls of this over. With Surrey 1 wicket away from wrapping up the Sussex innings with a very modest target to aim for.
You do feel if he's got a first-class 50 that he can certainly hold the bat and at the same time, you don't want to get stuck with leaving him too much to play. So the first 4 balls, you completely understand him playing. He's not going to turn anything down if he feels he can bat.
Well, that heck of a shot. That's an absolute beauty. On the pads, bit full. Yeah, it wasn't the perfect ball, but it's been put away magnificently. So I think, yes,
that's probably
certainly
why.
hold the bat. Yeah. I mean, if he misses that, he's in trouble. But there's a bit of a flourish to it as well, don't you think?
It's a nicely timed shot.
Now, Matt Fisher has to keep himself in check here, not angrily throw in the bouncer, I would suggest. Oh, that's got to be close. And it is. Crocombe goes. Fisher takes the 10th wicket. Sussex are all out for 277. He's pinned him. No foot movement. Bang in front. No hesitation from the umpire. He'll finish with 3 for 52. Surrey have bowled out Sussex. And they will require just 14 to win this match. I think, well, do they take tea now or not? We'll find out shortly. Let's just take a look at this again and confirm what we already know. That is stone dead. The ball's struck the knee roll, bounced down in front of middle and leg. And Fisher knew. Sometimes it feels slightly disrespectful when the bowler doesn't turn to the umpire, but that was, he just knew. We all knew. And a really gutsy innings from Sussex has come to an end. They've held Surrey up until pretty much the tea break. Started the day 4 down, and Surrey have really had to toil today. All their bowlers have had to put in a shift. Reece Topley bowled a fine aggressive spell as well. But that'll be a relief for Surrey, needing just the 14 as long as the rain can stay away. We say there that play's going to resume at 3:25. Don't trust that, because that would have been a minute ago now. So let's take a look at that card. It's again quite bottom heavy to a degree. Haynes does end up not retired, not out, but not out on 20. Having retired off the very first ball of the innings. It was those 2 wickets went down really quickly in the first over, both from Fisher, who bowled brilliantly with a new ball last night to reduce Sussex to 0 for 2. Then Leaning trapped LBW for 15. 3 down early, but Hughes and Simpson fought back until a late wicket from Dan Lawrence. Good catch by Smith behind the stumps meant that Sussex overnight were 4 down for 70 odd, but a really tough partnership to dislodge between Tier and Hughes, and then Tier and Carson really held up Surrey, and a brilliant knock from Robinson at number 10 that got them up to the new ball. But in the end, the new ball did the job. Surrey's bowlers, Fisher 3 for 52. He's deserved that and more. Abbott with a couple of wickets bowled well today, picked up almost bonus wickets of the old ball. Jordan Clark, the pick of Surrey's bowlers across the match, 3 for 40 to add to his 5 for in the first innings. That wicket for Lawrence, and really important wicket for Topley, getting rid of Tier, dragging a short one back on. Just 3 overs from Patel. There is the match summary. It's tea, by the way, so that's going to cause a little bit of anxiety. We're going to have to wait for 20 minutes before Surrey can go out and get those 13 runs. We're going to take a break. We're going to have some tea. When we come back, well, we'll come back 5 minutes early or so, and we will show you the wickets too have fallen today. 6 of them to Surrey's bowlers. That has made that chase a formality. As long as they can get out there. I'm looking out at southwest London. It's very grey. It's not necessarily raining yet, but there's going to be some anxious 16 minutes for us to wait before we can confirm that Surrey can get back out there, score those 14 runs and collect the 22 points they so desperately need to kickstart their championship campaign. We're going to take a break. Join us in about 12 minutes or so.
Welcome back to the Oval. The tea break now taken. And Surrey just needing 14 runs to secure all the points. Tom Haynes looks like he's going to be the one opening. I know Dan was hoping that Coles would be one of the ones there, but Burns and Sibley to take the crease. 14 required. Maximum points.
So we didn't necessarily know if we'd see Tom Haynes at all today, but we've seen him with the bat and now with the ball. He's going to open the bowling from the pavilion end. Surrey need just 14 runs to secure their first victory of 2026. Haynes from around the wicket to the left-handed Rory Burns. I suppose sometimes, Ali, when there's a very, very small target, we can sometimes see a little bit of silliness.
Well, I mean, yeah. Well, I don't think you see silliness from Dom. I think you'll see he knows he's got good 30 overs to get these, but it's the sort of thing you look to be positive, but you don't want to get out. It could happen very quickly. But both of these openers would want to be not out at the close, and they've got plenty of time to do it.
Yeah, all the time in the world, though. You never know, with a sudden storm could appear from nowhere. They're up and running. 1 down, 13 to go. There's almost an audibly excitable energy to the applause in the pavilion as the Surrey members sense the first win of the season.
Well, they're going to see it because the rain that could have come isn't. So we should be fine. It's a little bit grey over there, but no rain due.
Sibley on strike. 187 in the first dig. Left alone. So he does strike him on the body. He's been struck so many times in this game. So it's almost fitting that ball one, it's a Sibley leave and he's struck on the body. That is, it's almost like an off break. It's coming so far off the seam. Generally put it out there, Ali, that of all the Sussex bowlers, it is Haynes that's troubled Sibley the most in this game. Across both innings, I think, oh no, we're only 2 balls into this one.
I think he's bowled well, though, all through the game. And he's also bowled a slightly fuller length, hasn't he? So he's less pace, but a fuller length. And, he's got a new ball in his hand and he's finding a bit of movement.
Left alone and a really nice take from John Simpson. Bit of extra bounce. Sorry, who's Surrey's next fixture?
Nottingham away on Friday. And by the way, they are, if they win this game, they're 8 points behind them. 9 or double check.
Incredibly excited to hear the Yas Rana shout out.
Defended by Sibley, just 1 run from the first over. Unlike the previous round, it looks like we're going to get potentially a full set of results in Division 1. Somerset, a 167 for 7, chasing 260 at Taunton. Don Bess, 3 for 56 against his old club. And Joe Root, 2 for 41, including the wicket of Tom Root. I was looking at the wicket of that downstairs, Ali, and Joe Root wheeled away in celebration after dismissing the 18-year-old on championship debut. From the Vauxhall end, it's going to be James Coles. Now, those of you who were with us for the end of the Surrey first innings will remember that it ended with Coles taking 2 in 2. So therefore, Ali, James Coles is on a hat-trick. So much happening at the start of the Surrey run chase. Slip,
It's a
leg
good,
slip,
It's
and
a good
short wicket
matchup
in.
for him. Left-hander, bit of rough.
Oh, that's so close. Full shot from Rory Burns. Fired in. Appeal for caught behind. Burns is unmoved, as is the umpire. Fired in, 62 mph. Cleanly taken by Robinson at first slip, but yeah, I think that's...
Swung.
Oh, that's a proper arm ball, that. Yeah, we were talking yesterday about how there's been a mini revival with the arm ball in the last couple of years. Joe Root bowled a couple during the 23 Ashes. That was just was an old-fashioned away swinger. LBW given. Coles doesn't get a hat-trick, but he does strike early. And it's the quicker, flatter ball again that causes problems for the Surrey skipper. Surrey 1 for 1. Surrey have scored one of the 14 runs that they require. Sussex have taken one of the 10 wickets that they require. So, you could say Sussex closer to victory, eh?
Isn't that Surrey's lowest score ever? Something like 13 or 14
Really?
against Essex, I think.
There's that quicker ball, arm ball, I think, from Coles again, that it almost arcs like a conventional away swinger from a left-hand seamer.
Effectively, that's what Ashley Giles was, wasn't it? Ashley Giles used to bowl left-arm swing for Guildford back in the day. He used to open the bowling, and then he went to Warwickshire as a spinner.
Yeah, Coles knew straight away.
Well, to be fair, that's fairly adjacent.
Yes. Ryan Patel, the new man. Fresh off runs in the first innings, half century in his first outing of the season. 2 slips and a leg slip in place. Fired in again, defended from Patel. Oh, another LBW appeal given. Coles has 2 in the over. Fired in quickly, kept a little low, and again Ali Brown, that looked adjacent.
Yeah, might have kept a little low, but I think you can tell from Tom Sibley's reaction that, yeah, I think fairly close and gone. His speeds are actually only about 5 miles an hour, slower than some of the seamers we've seen at the Oval this year.
Yeah, that's kept low. That's hit him not just on the shin, but the bottom half of the shin. And James Coles, well, didn't get the hat-trick, but he did take a double wicket maiden. And, yeah, 2 overs in. Surrey have 1 of their 14 runs that they need, and Sussex have 2 of their 10 wickets. They're 20% there. Right, Ollie Pope, the new man in at number 4.
To be fair, he's ready quite early because, you know, it can be when you think, oh, we just need that you not quite got your stuff on.
Pope is a new man, but he won't be on strike. That'll be Dom Sibley. Haynes will continue from the pavilion end. Two slips and a short mid-wicket. Sibley Gets off the mark and off strike. Cheers from the Surrey faithful. His runs now equal to wickets in the second innings. Ollie Pope on strike for the first time.
He's certainly proved fit and healthy, hasn't he, Tom Haynes? I think after the bash on the head, they've opened up with him, so all's in a good place.
Yeah, whip through the leg side by Pope. Pick up 2. He's off the mark straight away. Just 10 more required for the home side. Did your Surrey side have fun with a batting order in chases like this?
We didn't have too many chases like this. I remember we had a game, I think, against Somerset where we needed like 50 off 5, which we got, I think, if I remember. But we didn't have too many that were like this.
I seem to remember that Surrey had a chase, I want to say at Edgbaston a couple of years ago, where Tom Laws opened the batting. So they've done it before.
We had a couple of chases that we knew that day 4 was going to rain.
Yes.
So a full day of rain. One at Derbyshire, where we took the extra half an hour and we just about got home in that. And one at Leicester, I think it was. But yeah, so they weren't small chases, but we knew the last day was...
4 more to the Surrey total. Pope, quick on the back foot, cuts it away. Not a lot of width by Tom Haynes, but Pope so strong through that area. Surrey just 1 shot away from victory, 6 to win.
I don't think they'll be trying to do that in 1 shot. Maybe 2.
He's been more than useful with the ball this week, Tom Haynes. End of the over. Surrey 6 away from victory. What have you made of Surrey's performance across the 4 days?
I think they obviously started off very well on day 1. A great rear guard action by Sussex, I felt, with the 2 hundreds coming at 9 and 10, but very good hundreds they were too. I think the wicket's been very good. I think it's offered enough, which some of the previous wickets have been a little bit in the batter's favour and a little lacking pace and bounce, but this one's offered a bit more. Yeah, look, they needed this. They've had the last 6 games is 5 draws and a loss here, so and when they play away, they're going to get some fairly benign wickets, I would imagine, with the strength and power that they've got both in seam. Well, they've got a very strong attack, so I think with that, yeah, it's a win they needed, and Sussex side that were coming into this game in good form. I think they've acquitted themselves really well, but I think the Surrey seamers have really put their hands up and hit a slightly better length than Sussex, and that's been the difference.
Yeah, Fisher and Clark in particular, they've been excellent. 8 wickets in the game for Clark, 6 for Fisher.
Yeah, I mean they've picked up those wickets, but they've also gone past the bat a lot, and I think that's what's been impressive in this game. And yeah, they're the pre-tournament favourites. Notts have got off to a really good start, and Sussex to this point have been very good in their previous 3 games. So. Yeah, it's good to see. It's great to see Dom come back and get back-to-back hundreds and put his name back in the picture at international level. They're a strong unit.
Coles to Sibley, blocked by Sibley. Sussex took an age to set their field for the first ball of the over. There was a committee meeting around James Coles. Fired in again, through the offside. That would be at least 2. Surrey now just 4 runs away.
You going in swinger or spinner?
Well, it's the ball that's done all the wicket taking for him this innings. Tossed up, no run.
It's interesting when you come up against the bowler and you realise what his danger ball is. And I remember when I was facing Anil Kumble and Graham Hicks said to me, treat him like an in-swing bowler. So
Tossed up, nudged into the leg side. Just 3 more now for Surrey.
would there be someone on your shoulder here going reverse sweep the in swinger for 4 through 3rd slip?
I think Pope might enjoy a bit of extra pace from Coles. Fired in, practically a Yorker, well dug out from Pope. But yeah, just one fielder behind square on the offside. Pope does like that reverse sweep. Bit of width, and that will be it. Surrey register their first victory of the 2026 County Championship. It's their first win in the Championship at home since May the 19th last year. And boy, is it an important one. They trail Nottinghamshire in the table by 8 points. They go to Trent Bridge next week, and Notts may well end this round top of the table if Somerset don't get the job done at home against Yorkshire this afternoon. It's been a strange game in many ways. Ali, Sussex 92 for 7 on the first day. They end up declaring. Surrey do an amazing job to set up the second half of the game. Dom Sibley 187. Adam Thomas on first class debut reaching 3 figures. And then the bowling attack get it done in the third innings of the game. Really impressive performance from the home side this week.
Yeah, they've been very impressive, and those 200s that you mentioned really setting it up for Surrey. The game meandered through, didn't it? Great start for Surrey, taking those wickets at the start. Phenomenal comeback by Sussex, give them sort of a little bit of parity in the game. But I think the Surrey seam attack just very solid throughout the game actually, and I think the Sussex middle order probably just went a little bit missing. That's probably the difference between the two teams. If they could have found something in the middle order, they could have maybe got away with a draw. But they had to rely on their deeper batsmen who did very well for them, but wasn't quite enough. So Surrey need the win. They'll want that going into the game against Notts with a little bit of momentum, and if they can back that up at Trent Bridge, then it's all to play for.
Yeah, the Ali Brown derby next week at Trent Bridge. No Dan Worrell so far this season. Gus Atkinson's only played once. Rahul Chahar will be around for the final 8 games this season. So you look at this win in particular and how they managed to take 20 wickets, which has been the real challenge for most teams in Division 1 this season. The work of Fisher and Clark this week has been phenomenal. Yeah,
they've been outstanding. I think in the first innings, I thought Clark was fantastic and really broke the back of the Sussex first innings, and as Matt Fisher just, I thought, very impressive second innings. He sort of roughed up Tom Haynes at the start, then that change in momentum when you lose 3 players in the first over really set up the win for Surrey. But they needed this going into that sort of game for next week at Trent Bridge, and I think they look in good shape.
Yeah, very, very healthy 22-point haul for the home side this week. As we mentioned, they're up at Trent Bridge next time round. This is actually their last game here at the Kia Oval in the Championship for a month or so. Their next game here is against Hampshire at the beginning of June. So a reminder of what's happened this week, or this afternoon session in those 4 overs. James Coles had a bit of fun. Started the second innings on a hat-trick. Didn't get it, but he did pick up 2 wickets in quick succession, first of Rory Burns and then Ryan Patel. Haynes and Coles, the two bowlers used in the second innings before Surrey got the job done. And then here we are. This is how Surrey did it. Responding to two very difficult sessions at the end of day one, Surrey did a brilliant job setting the game up. Runs from Sibley, Burns, Patel at the top of the order, and then brilliantly from debutant Adam Thomas, who scored 100 on first class debut, ably supported by Sean Abbott. They put on well above 150 late in the Surrey innings to give them a substantial first innings lead, and crucially a lot of time to take those 10 second innings wickets required. Fisher was brilliant. He took 2 wickets in the first over of the innings. Dan Lawrence picked up a massively important wicket late last night. That's John Simpson feathering one through to Jamie Smith behind the stump. Surrey needed 6 wickets today to get the job done. They struck twice in the first hour. Charlie Tier, Jack Carson and Ollie Robinson all resisted admirably for the visitors, but in the end Surrey got the job done. Clark finishing 3 for 40 to add to his 5 for 68 in the first innings, and Fisher followed up his first innings 3 for with 3 more in the second dig. In the end, Surrey just needed 15 for the win, 14 for the win, and they managed to get their 2 down. That is everything from us this week. Myself, Yas Rana, Ali Brown, Daniel Norcross, Cam Ponsonby, Phil Walker, Adam Collins, Kirsty White, Mark Ramprakash, producer George, producer John, Mark, Jake, the entire camera crew who've worked tirelessly this week. We'll be back on May the 12th, Tuesday, May the 12th, where Surrey play Essex in the Metrobank One Day Cup. And then it's Surrey versus Lancashire on the 16th of May in the same competition. And then the blast gets underway. Double header against Lancashire on Friday the 22nd of May. And then it's another blast game on Wednesday the 27th against Warwickshire. That is it from us. Thanks for joining us across the 4 days. See you on 12th of May.